take the train back. Follow me. Wow, the service is amazing. That's just what I need. All right, back to battle. Look, the cargo train is leaving. Let's go after it.
Train tracks crisscross their way over Erangel, Livik, and Rondo, accompanied by rumbling trains and bursts of steam. These sounds announce the arrival of the Steampunk Frontier. So without further ado, let's see what new gameplay these giant trains bring. The most obvious change is transportation. Two types of trains travel along the tracks, one of which is the express train, which chugs continuously along a fixed loop. Board the train to use it for transportation and stop at any of the many cargo hubs and train platforms available in Erangel. As you step on board, the first things you'll notice are the lounge cabin and passenger cabin, which are great for getting some rest and recovery. At the front of the train is the driver's cab. A mechanical cache can be found there. You must solve a clockwork puzzle to open it. For the bountiful supplies inside, there are clockwork attendants on the train, who sell a variety of drinks for steam coins. The other train is the Epoch cargo train. It carries tons of supplies and stops in Aetherholm. There, you'll find a summoning device that can be used to summon the train, which will arrive a few moments later. It'll then use a mechanical grab to unload the blue ether core container it's carrying. Open it to get loads of supplies. Your other option is to board the train. The driver's cab of this train holds a steam supply crate that also contains lots of supplies. After you get your hands on them and the train arrives at its first stop, the steam supply crate will be replenished each time the train departs again. At its next stop, the Epoch cargo train will unload a gold ether core container. You can get the super rare pressurized gas cylinder and attack Titan serum from it, so it's definitely worth boarding the Epoch cargo train to fight over. New railroads and trains are sure to provide more strategic options and fun, but Steampunk Frontier has a lot more to offer, so stay tuned for next time. Last time we introduced the steam trains and went over the convenience of the railroad. Next, let's venture further into the Steampunk Frontier and see what else is in store. In Aetherholm and the cargo hub, you'll encounter clockwork merchants. Board the train and get steam coins at each stop, or get a small amount from the cash in the driver's cab, which can then be used to purchase various basic supply crates. Open them to get basic weapons, gear, and consumables. You can also buy Attack on Titan collaboration items, as well as various firearms, armor, and attachments. The other NPC you'll encounter are clockwork attendants, who appear at some service counters in Aetherholm and on the express train. They sell specialty drinks for steam coins. 5 steam coins will get you a drink that partially restores your health and energy, while 10 steam coins will get you a drink that fully restores your health and energy. Keep exploring Aetherholm, and eventually you'll come across the Lucky Cog machine near its center. With 5 shop tokens, you can draw from it to get a random supply reward. If you get 3 matching symbols, you'll get higher quality supplies. In Aetherholm, near cargo hubs, you may encounter the new wooden crate. In battle, it can serve as temporary cover against enemy fire. Break the wooden crate to get supplies. Steampunk Frontier has a lot more content to uncover. You and your friends are sure to experience tons of fun in this world of steam, railroads, and trains.
Welcome everyone to PUBG Mobile's new Steampunk Frontier version. Hear the roaring of the steam engines and the clanking of steel machinery as we set off on a thrilling new journey. Now then, let's head into the game and depart. The Titans are at the walls and danger looms ahead. But in this world powered by steam and machinery, you'll face them head-on as a Titan yourself with the aid of Titan serums. Conquer the battleground with your newfound leap and melee attack abilities. If you're lucky enough to obtain the Soul Attack Titan Serum, you'll have strength beyond that of a regular Titan at your disposal. However, the ODM gear the Titans are so vulnerable to can also be found on the battleground within crates, as drops, and in shops. Fly around at high speeds using gas canisters, and use the included blades for slashing melee attacks to take the Titans down. At the same time, steam trains chug across the map, bringing you closer to even more adventures. The express train travels along a designated route, helping you get around the map quicker. Be sure to search the driver's cab for a mechanical treasure, or grab a leisurely drink from the clockwork attendant at the back of the train. Be the last team standing in Etherholm to summon the epic cargo train and make it depart for its next stop. The steam supply crate in its driver's cab will replenish at each stop, granting you loads of supplies to use in battle. There are also lots of train platforms on the map. If you don't manage to get on a train at the start of the match, you can attack enemies aboard them when they arrive at a stop. The train's interior is cramped, so throwables are a great way to take control. This dangerous scenario is filled with diverse stops with their own unique features. Etherholm is at the center of it all, with its unique buildings and clock tower filled with secrets. From its platform, you can summon the epic cargo train and get rare treasures. The cargo hub consists of 2 urban areas connected by sky rails that you can travel on to quickly get around and take enemies by surprise. Be sure to stock up on supplies from clockwork merchants at the train platforms. Utgard Castle may have fallen to ruin, but it's still filled with supplies. Transform into a Titan to wreck this area to your heart's content. Furthermore, there are hot air balloons you can ride to get around or survey your enemies' moves. Don't forget to spend some time with your friends at the roller coaster and early summer Jubilee checkpoints. Set off on your epic journey in the Steampunk Frontier now. This update breathes new life into Classic mode with a new vehicle, items, and improvements to make matches more interesting. The Pillar UAZ makes its way to Rondo, where its highly durable body, reinforced guardrails, and rugged tires offer a solid ticket to survival. However, do note that you can't fire from within it. On the other hand, all motorcycles and bicycles now support firing from the driver's seat with a one-handed firearm. Keep your enemies suppressed even while traveling at high speeds. Improve your battle experience with the Spare Tire, which can replace damaged vehicle tires and prolong your vehicle's usability. The new portable medkit lets you heal your teammates directly, keeping your team healthy for battle. The Sticky Bomb can stick to any wall or vehicle surface and explodes after a short countdown. It's effective for both ambushes through walls and taking out enemy vehicles. These items should spice up your matches, whether you're on guard inside a vehicle, shooting on the go, or launching an explosive assault. Experience battles like never before. Call your teammates together and explore Classic Mode's new content together. For more details, follow the Classic Mode announcements. Metro Royale's latest update introduces a new objective, the portable military server. Hack into it to obtain valuable intel. After the gear rules adjustment, level 4 and above gear can no longer be brought into frontline confrontation or old blockade zone. Mistyport and Arctic Base also welcome the arrival of a steam train area, bringing you more strategic options. And as always, a new season means new collectibles. These changes upgrade gameplay, balance, and visuals across the board to create a better gaming experience. For more on the latest Metro Royale updates and improvements, follow Metro Royale announcements. Version 3.8 also brings new Bronzework Bastion home items, as well as improvements to the home object set and badge construction features. Don't forget to join the Bronzework Bastion event to collect the new items as soon as possible. For more home content, be sure to check the home update videos. In this update, we've added new skills to the World of Wonder skill management device, Titan transformation, dinosaur objects, and more. We've also improved the main World of Wonder interface, match results screen, matchmaking, and creation covers. For more content, check out World of Wonder announcements. Also, Cycle 8 Season 24 begins on May 11, UTC +0. Get ready for new rewards. Be sure to join Casual Season and Ultimate Royale in the new season. Whether you're stomping through the battleground as a Titan, unleashing precise counterattacks with ODM gear, or hopping aboard a steam train to explore this thrilling world of machinery, every choice you make opens a new chapter in your legendary journey. So, heed the rumbling of the steam engines and cogs, and rally your teammates to venture forth together. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome into PUBG Mobile's Clockwork Cup. My name is Powerbang. I'll be your host for tonight's broadcast, and I am so excited to get back out on the battlegrounds for some super unique and interesting fun. We'll talk more about that here in a moment, but while we are getting into it, make sure you download PUBG Mobile and get out on the battlegrounds with us. You can do it for free at any app store near you. You can find those links in the description below. And also, make sure you're following PUBG Mobile on all social medias at PUBG Mobile to get all the latest, greatest game update news and also information on events just like this one. So, we'll see you out there, but I gotta introduce the man of the hour. My co-host for tonight is none other than Mobile Legend great. It's Bobby Plays. What's going on, Bobby? How you doing, man?
I'm feeling good, PB. It's good to be back casting officially. I don't know if I've ever officially casted a PUBG Mobile event, but I've got quite a few hours in the game that a lot of people might not realize, and very excited for this one. The new update looks really exciting.
Heck yeah, man. I'm excited to dive into it. We got a fun format for tonight as well. But man, it is good to have you back on the battlegrounds, my friend. We'll talk more about that here shortly, but let's talk event format for tonight. We've got 4 main squads that are going to be competing for all of the glory tonight. They're comprised of content creators, and they're also going to be competing against 12 outlaw squads that are going to be trying to derail the competition. There's going to be multiple matches tonight, several being played on the new themed mode on Erangel, and we're also going to work in some World of Wonder in match 3 tonight. Now, teams are going to be trying to score points by obtaining miles. We're trying to get their trains down the track to the finish line, and that is going to be 125 miles to go to end the event. You can actually score miles in 3 different ways. One is by ranking well in the match. The second is getting an elim, which each elim is worth 1 mile. And lastly, you can complete challenges that are worth a varying amount of points. Now, if, for example, all of these teams are eliminated, well, we can consider the game derailed and the match will be over. We'll be moving on to the next competition at that point. So basically, trying to stay alive as long as possible, secure as many elims as possible, and complete the challenges that pop up on the screen during tonight's contest. Now, what are we playing for? That is the key question, Bobby. I'm going to throw this one to you. You can talk about all that cash money that's on the line tonight.
Yeah, obviously these guys don't show up to play for nothing. It is $5,000 winner takes all. If you're not first, you are last. And hopefully that ups the stakes for these guys and make sure everybody's going all out on every single one of these matches.
Absolutely. Love me some winner takes all. The stakes are going to be high. We've got a lot of teams competing for that 5K. We'll talk about those shortly. But first, Bobby mentioned stakes, and we've got some stuff on the line for you guys tonight as well. Well, we've got some UC to give away, and you can do that by entering in some hints at the end of the broadcast. We'll be giving away 4 hints that make up a key phrase that you need to enter at the end of the broadcast. If you watched one of our shows before, you know how this goes, but the giveaway hint will pop up on the screen. You're going to screenshot it, write it down, remember it, whatever you have to do. By the end of the show, those 4 hints will make up a sentence or phrase. You enter that in on the website and make sure that you get yourself there as quickly as possible, because the first 40 people are going to have some UC delivered to their in-game inbox. So very, very cool stuff here. Make sure you keep it locked because some UC is on the line tonight. Now, Bobby, talked about the trains. We're going to be hopping on them, trying to get down the tracks. We've got a brand new game mode in the latest 3.8 update. We've got a new Steampunk Frontier. There's trains that have been added to the battlegrounds. We can find those on Erangel, Livic, and Rondo. Super exciting. What do you make of trains in PUBG Mobile?
I mean, I don't think I've ever had an experience in video games where trains have made a game worse, so I don't think you could really go wrong with it, and especially having new avenues by which to traverse the map, it always means that you're going to have more engagements, you got more opportunities to take on opponents. I tried out the mode myself. It was absolute chaos, especially whenever you get into those hot drops, and I was shocked because I'm not used to things being that spicy, at least off the initial drop in Battle Royale. That was a lot of fun, and I might have to hop back in whenever we're done.
I guarantee it's going to be spicy tonight. Let's see who's going to be spicing things up. We'll introduce the teams, and with that, our first team of the evening is going to be Wins Wild Bunch. We'll have the graphic pop up here shortly, but actually let's throw up a hint first before we go to the teams. Let's throw that on screen. Let's bring that up. Little hint, so pay attention. Chat right there. Oh, Epoch. Nice and themed. We'll see where this goes as the show goes on, but as I said before, write that down, screenshot it, whatever you got to do to remember it. Remember, speed will matter towards the end of the broadcast. The first 40 will be getting some UC as a prize, so pay attention, keep your head on a swivel, and secure that giveaway. But with that being said, now let's go check out the teams, and we can see who is competing for that $5,000 cash tonight. Here is our first. It's Wins Wild Bunch. We got Winsanity, Cody Gaming, Dr. Kimmis, and Cisco. And then, Bobby, we got Dabs Desperados here, the Source Thieves, and Bushka's Bandits as well. Who sticks out to you out of these teams as somebody that you definitely need to keep your eye on?
For me, it's got to be Bushka's Bandits. I mean, Bushka is one of my favorite Australians that I've ever met. You got Fitz, who is just absolutely cracked out of his mind. I see clips on the daily out of that guy. And Icy iOS, who is just like a pure mobile gamer. Whatever the game, he is going to master it to the highest degree possible. I think this is a team that could really make some noise.
I agree with you, my friend. These guys are maybe going to struggle with, latency being across the planet. Yep. But at the same time, they got the skill to make up for it. Like Fade's Icy, like as you mentioned, Yamna's not to be underrated as well. She's got a great support. Backpack plays really good role for the team there, doing whatever is needed to get that W. But I got my eyes tonight on the Saurus Thieves, with Metalcore and the Saurus teaming up alongside Raging Cactus and Dreamcase. Dreamcase has been really, really solid as of late, consistent on the content, always tagging me on the socials, so shout out to Dreamcase. And also, Metalcore has been crushing it over the past 6 months or so in these community events, always near the top of the leaderboard, and even strung together a couple victories in a row. We'll see if he's able to support the Saurus and Raging Cactus there as the Saurus Thieves looks to get their train down the track towards the finish line. Obviously, Win and Dab, not to be trifled with either. Both of those guys have won events in the past, and we'll see how they do tonight. So, Bobby, any tactics or strategies based on what you saw when you jumped into the battlegrounds? What do these guys got to do to avoid that early elimination, trying to get themselves a good footing on that train?
Yeah, maybe not dropping smack dab in the middle of that farm drop. Obviously, there's going to be more than 4 teams on the map at a time as well, so you don't want to necessarily full send it off the drop, but there's a lot of good loot to be found there, so if one of these teams is able to come out on top in the midst of it, it could have really good value, especially given the points, or rather miles, that you're able to accrue just by getting those eliminations. So obviously, across the board, they're Slayers, and we do have that one World of Wonder map that we're going to be looking at as well. I've got my eyes on Raging Cactus to go crazy in that one.
Oh, I cannot wait to see it. I never know with World of Wonder what to expect because the maps are always so creative. Obviously, if you're at home and you've never heard of World of Wonder, you can build your own maps as an individual, put it out in the game for you and your friends to enjoy. It's even easier to add friends now from the endgame menu in World of Wonder in the latest update. But man, excited to see that one. It looks like we are going to be playing Assault Training Ground for map 3 tonight. Don't know what to expect there. I've seen a little bit of previews on the gameplay, but I like to be a little bit surprised on broadcast when it comes to World of Wonder. Shifting attention, though, to our first map. We've got themed Erangel coming up. It is the Steampunk Frontier. 2 trains are going to be on the map on Erangel. Obviously, we've got our express train that's going to help people get around the map super quickly. We've also got the cargo train, the Epoch cargo train, where you can get all kinds of loot. It might be a little bit hot, but you're going to try to get to that giant central station, Aetherholm, and loads of loot. You're going to find those hot drops like you were talking about, and excited to see what pops off for our teams tonight. But Bobby, before we get into the official, we pick Bushka's Bandits. Give me a team that you think will rival them for tonight's big dub.
I mean, you kind of stole my answer a little bit because I was going to go with the Saurus squad. Metalcore and I go way back at 7 years at this point. I can't even remember how long it's been, but he's definitely
pre-PUBG. I remember you guys.
Pre-PUBG, yeah. Like, before PUBG Mobile even existed, we were gaming together. So I know he's got years and years of mobile experience, maybe more than just about anybody else out here. His team is one to keep an eye on, but you can't sleep on Winsanity. Like, he's Winsanity. He's one of the goats of the mobile gaming scene for a reason, and I was literally watching his video on the new mode to get a little bit more familiar, so I know that he's going to know all the ins and outs and maybe some secret strats to get his team to win.
Amazing. Super excited to see if that comes true or not. I remember you and Metalcore actually playing a long time ago. Very, very cool stuff to see that kind of brought full circle here. We're all still in the scene doing mobile gaming after so long, and it stands the test of time here in PUBG Mobile. This game has dropped more than 7 years ago now. Is still on the App Store, crushing it, and while some battlegrounds fade into memory, PUBG Mobile is still full steam ahead, going down the tracks, man. So we are crushing it over here in PUBG Mobile. Excited to have you back to the battlegrounds, and obviously all of you in the audience as well. It is time for our first map of the day. We ride along with Winsanity, dropping into Erangel for the latest in Steampunk Frontier gameplay. Bobby, I'll let you take it away, my friend.
All right, we'll see if they go the aggressive route and just try to full send a hot drop. Obviously, you do have a respawn to work with, so maybe some potential to try to farm early kills there. And it looks like they are going to opt to take that route, heading on down to that train station. Like we said, lots of loot to be gained, but also very high risk. So might see them send it in here, see how many kills they can get, and redirect somewhere else if they don't manage to survive, or maybe they'll just go all in. We'll see. He is on his way in on a train itself. They're full steam ahead into the battlegrounds.
What do you think? That thing makes a pretty big thud when it lands? I don't know. It feels heavy.
You would think so. I feel like you'd make some nuclear type impact whenever you land, but he manages to stuff it away in his pocket, and into the battlegrounds we go. We're already getting kills in the feed as well. Things nice and spicy off the drop. You can see 2 people knocked over on the opposite side.
Remember, we're talking, we got some squads that are going to be competing against our 4 competitor squads tonight. Those are you know, our bandits essentially coming in to rob them of an opportunity to win $5,000. So not so fast, they say. They get those opening knocks, and Metalcore warming up the rifle early on, gets a knock and finish here. But really exciting to see these drops. Always super cool points of interest in PUBG Mobile, and the looting is on. I want to listen in here and see kind of how they're directing the team and what strategy looks like early on this drop.
Yeah, I'm talking to Molly too.
Pushing the corner.
Careful.
Get up.
Teammate.
There's one. Where's the other one?
Where's the last one?
I don't know. Only heard one.
I'm gonna keep on looting. Hang on. There's a ODM gear for somebody right here.
Marked a location.
Scar right. Actually, I'm gonna
Oh
take
my
this.
goodness, the ODM.
Yeah, let's
way.
loot a little bit. I think we just need to get geared up a little.
Dreamcase, have you played this update?
Yes, I have.
Dang.
All right, so they are talking about the ODM gear. We've got a collaboration going on right now, an official collaboration with the acclaimed anime series Attack on Titan right now. They're talking about the ODM gear, which is super faithful to the original. You can get that iconic gear soar through the skies, just like the Survey Corps. And they're talking about that loot right on the...
I'm being nice.
I'm here.
She is she's animated. This is Yamna. She is always into the action.
The building
I want to
is
hear what
safe.
she has to
Like,
say
the
as
main
well.
house is safe.
It's safe because Pushka's here.
It's safe because I've got my arms around your team. I'm going to run the M2.9. I don't care. Just gonna do
Whoop
it.
whoop.
She's got more energy than Bushka. I will say that, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, not difficult to do as somebody who is getting up there in the years myself. I understand that the energy tends to dissipate as the years go by. So Bushka might have a couple on me, but I understand the effect, you know?
Absolutely. We're all racing down the tracks in our figurative lives as well. So got this nice little clock tower here in Aether Home. Good little vantage point here to see the surroundings, see if anybody's attacking their position. They're content to loot up at the moment. Again, waiting for some trains to arrive potentially. See if we can take these to another
Points we will be
location
getting
on the map.
miles, and the team with the who gets to 125
Curious to
miles
see if
first
we
or
get
something.
any crazy
Wins
plays
something.
coming out from the ODM gear. I think especially somebody like Fitz, I've got a feeling probably has been trying out different strats for trick shots and whatever else you can make happen with that. So especially once we get into some of those end game situations where taking high ground can play such a big role in your ability to get an advantage over the opponent. I'm very curious to see what some of these players are going to pull out, because I'm sure it is going to be pure chaos once we get in those end game situations.
I'm expecting to see it. The train has arrived. It is taken off, and we are out to the battlegrounds right now. You can see our challenges on the left side of your screen right now. Those are going to be available. If you see the quantity, every single team, if there's 4 of them, can actually do one of these challenges, and they'll get 8 points per challenge right now.
We can't let we can't.
All right, sounds like Metalcore leading the squad right now, trying to rally the troops, and I'm not sure what they're going for right here. Once again, trying to get those challenges locked down, making sure nobody else is there to counter. And it looks like they're chilling for the time being, just waiting for the 3-minute timer on that Razak train. Looks like they've got things completely locked down right now, and already down to only 30 players remaining.
Let's go to Aaron Yeager's thing that's right here.
Cruising through the lobby pretty quickly here. It's good news. I think all of our teams are still alive at the moment. Obviously, Metalcore here and Papa PG rocking the full squad.
I'm walking! Oh my goodness!
Oh yeah, I did.
Get it right?
I did.
They're playing around with that new ODM gear. They are cruising. It makes traveling through the battlegrounds very, very quick and efficient. Their people are zooming around on the ODM gear. They've got the train zooming everybody around, so things are getting crazy. And obviously now, Metalcore playing as a Titan, which is pretty sweet if you ask me. High health, mobility. They've got the ability to jump and kind of leap to a designated spot. Does a ton of damage and will do a knockback on players. So we'll see if Metalcore gets into it with anybody.
This is really just like the ultimate mobility mode. You got the Titan that goes the speed of light relative to normal running speed. You got the ODM gear. You got the trains. Like perfect map traversal in every capacity possible. And
limit it.
right now, it seems like Metal's trying to give them some tips and tricks for how to use the ODM.
Let's all go in.
Looks like Dab's Desperados getting the train hopper completed there as well. So.
Amazing. The train hopper challenge was basically having any member of the team successfully land on a moving train using the ODM gear. So that's pretty trick shoddy in itself already to get those challenges done. But again, those 8 points, those will convert to miles. And these teams are all competing to see who gets 125 miles first. And whoever does so will win tonight's competition and the $5 grand that goes with it. Again, challenge is super important. Obviously, elims and rank important as well. Those will all go a fair bit of way to secure those miles that teams need to progress up the leaderboard.
Okay. So let's go.
Seems like right now teams just trying to figure out what the best opportunity to maximize their loot is going to be, trying to set up for those end game scenarios. You don't want to take too much of a risk of taking an early engagement. It looks like Metal Squad still with all their respawns remaining. And really, most of the teams have done a good job of staying alive and not losing those opportunities. Got Ares picking on the safe right here, and he's gonna be able to crack it open and get a nice chunk of loot as well.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Y'all got the
Always love seeing me a nice safe. Pop a little code in there. Do a little riddle. Get yourself some gear. Always the good stuff coming out of those as well.
Watch out.
Titans running around everywhere right now with normal-sized people on the shoulders. This is probably the coolest mode of transport inside of the game right now. I want to see them in the water, though. That's what I really want to see.
Just a straight up water brawl.
Yep.
Got one.
Last
guy. That's
reminds me of, we got Dr. Kemis getting taken down right there. Big engagement in the middle of the road. Sylvie's gonna get knocked. It looks like they do end up picking up the kill. Not sure if there's any other opponents to deal with for the time being. They're gonna clear out this building, and I believe production said this is actually Aaron's basement. So for those of you who've watched the series, you might recognize this as well.
All right, quick. Okay, I'm just gonna go into the basement. That way we can get the point out.
Ready? I'm gonna click it as soon as.
Looks like they're trying to complete some challenges right now. A little housewarming, perhaps, which is have all of the living team members simultaneously present inside of Aaron Yeager's basement. So, challenge completed, 8 points secured here for Wynn's Wild Bunch. They had a little close call on the road, but able to persevere over the Outlaw Squad. Getting some more points on the board. Elims, challenges. Now they just got to go for the rank, and they'll have the trifecta.
Yeah.
All right, we got a nice fancy skin for the buggy here as well. Making our way across the map. Still 27 people alive.
Yeah, sounds good.
And once again, obviously the main focus on completing those challenges, not nearly as concerned with picking up the elims, because that's always going to happen on its own as you get closer and closer to the end of the game. Looks like Metal Squad actually did lose one life right there in the midst of trying to get some of those challenges knocked out. So gonna be a little bit more wary of that as you get closer to the end game. Don't want to risk being a player down heading into that end game.
Poor Dream Case. That's all right. They'll oh, she's back. We're good. She's landed.
Can you guys hear me?
We thought she was going to be watching the action from the sidelines here, but it's okay. We got a northern zone going up towards that upper part of the Erangel Island. 2 challenges, as Bobby mentioned, out for collection right now. Another round and Bullet Train. Now, Bullet Train may be a bit difficult to actually complete, because that is actually securing an elim while standing on the moving train. So it could happen, but you got to be in the right place at the right time and also be good enough to get the elim. Shots fired here, and all of a sudden the whole squad ripped up. That was really, really nasty there. It looked like Houston Kingboy from distance. And then Y2 kill shot from across the river there. Things are going bottoms up right now for this squad.
It looks like they're going to be able to get a self-res off, but the shots go through across the map, and that was the only one. So every single one of those players going to drop. I believe they did have redeploys remaining, so not the end of the road for them, unless... Do those still apply if they all get taken down at the same time?
They're gone. They got to have somebody alive in order to get that gone. So, unfortunate for them. Everyone wiped, and that'll be their game. But, hey, we still got Winsanity out there. Win's Wild Bunch still alive. And I believe the Saurus and Bushka still alive as well in this one. So just Dab's Desperados have been taken down.
Another
so they won't get the full match rank points that they were looking for, but that's all right. There's some of that mobility we were talking about, and boy, it really, really alters the verticality and actual engagements of some of these little locations that you might be used to in, you know, other ways, but now it's quite different taking on these fights.
Let's go to train.
Yeah, one thing that I noticed, especially watching Win play, is obviously you want to make sure that you're capitalizing on the ODM gear to take power positions, but there's definitely scenarios where if you're going up against somebody that's got cracked out aim, you're leaving yourself completely exposed in the air. That could be an easy knock for the opposition as well, so you got to be wary of that. I hear a very familiar Australian voice in Bushka trying to get some more of these challenges knocked out. And not a whole lot of kills on the board for him, but once again, playing for the end game. You already got one team out of the competition for these guys. Making sure they got all the players. They may have left somebody behind.
I don't know if they got everybody with them before that train took off from the station, but they were on there trying to complete a challenge of another round, which is basically getting a drink from one of the new Clockwork attendants. There's Clockwork merchants and bartenders on the trains. Bushka was having another round, and Icy was left behind at the station.
Holy shit.
Looked like they were able to get the revive off right there, and maybe looking for a little drive-by. I don't know that they were able to connect. I think we saw a knock, so they may have gotten that challenge knocked out. It looks like they got all their players left alive, getting heals off. It looks like Metal getting aggressive along with Raging Cactus right there, and there it is. They get that one knocked off the board already. Raging Cactus and Icy both going to get taken down.
Definitely, we got two of our competitor squads right now going head-to-head, and they are right next to each other. One train seems to be leaving, the other goes the other direction, so both will wave goodbye for the moment and live to fight another day. That was a close call for both, as it looked like they traded, but then all of a sudden the trains are saying it's time to move on down the line.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where it's not really a lose for either team. You don't want to take the risk of going a player down, so you take the L where you have to and move on with your day. Looks like another attempt at that bullet train, but I believe fall damage knocked onto Raging Cactus right there. It looks like a knock onto Titan Sanity. Okay. Looks like they will be able to get the res right here, and once again, no finishes coming through. That's a tough challenge just because of how difficult it is to get the finish after you get that knock.
Absolutely. So now we have the final stop coming in, and basically this is a challenge that's unlocked after all 4 of the other challenges are complete, and only one squad can claim the final stop challenge. The others could be claimed by everyone, and this one is unique. So this is going to be a big one because whoever gets it, that's a lot of points right here. It's Survey Corps, and this is having any member of their team either eliminate an enemy player mid-air using ODM gear, or eliminate an enemy player with your ODM gear attack. So basically use the new gear and try to secure an elim with it, either in mid-air or by using its attack function, and that will secure 15 points. This is absolutely massive for teams trying to go down the track and secure those miles.
Yeah, no question. And this is one of the things I was talking about. Like, this is the opportunity for those highlight plays. I don't know if we've got a Fitz POV so far, but he's definitely somebody that I would anticipate. Cisco's another one of those people that cracked with a sniper, goes for trick shots in whatever game that he's playing. So definitely has the possibility of making a crazy play happen, but for the time being, it doesn't look like anybody trying to take that risk, and it certainly would be a risk just because there's absolutely no guarantee, and you're giving your opposition and opponent to maybe get some easy frag points as well.
Yeah, I've got a shock.
Yeah, we'll see. I come to think of it, I haven't seen Fates all game. Like, I've been kind of keeping an eye out as well, wondering what is going to happen, but haven't seen him just yet. We still have a full squad here, though, of the Saurus and his band of thieves here. Metal, Papa PG, Raging Cactus, and Dreamcase all still alive. So we take a peek over to Fates' squad, and it is still going well for them, it looks like. Got Icy, Yamna, and Bushka all alive as well. So this is good. Only 24 left alive, and at least 8 of our competitors still in it. Remember, only Dabs Desperados have been eliminated so far, and not what they were hoping for. Obviously, we still got some more maps to play, so we'll see if they can turn it around.
Yep, and Icy, you can see he's one of those players that you would figure if somebody on the squad is going to go for a highlight play with the ODM, he's probably going to have one of the better chances at it. Just a master of all mobile games. Looking for an opportunity right here. Making sure the aim is nice and crispy as well. And looks like for the time being, once again, nobody spotted out.
We're gonna be
maybe some frags here for Dr. Chemist and his squad. It looked like they were able to pick something up.
And a red dot.
Once again, playing the waiting game, letting that zone close, and trying to make the most of the challenges. Although with only one left, it's going to force some of these teams to try to take an engagement if they want to make the most of that opportunity.
Now, what are you doing, Bobby? If you get taken down by somebody named Cisco No Aim, like it's got no aim in the name, I don't know. For me, that would just make me feel sad.
And we can buy stuff there too.
It wouldn't make me feel sad just because my expectations for my gaming ability is not very high. So I don't think I and the people that watch me don't necessarily expect me to win the majority of my gunfights. So I like the mental advantage that he tries to take right there. You know, you see somebody with no aim in their name, and maybe you don't take the gunfight as seriously, and then all of a sudden you're on your knees.
Completed that before.
Yeah, I feel like that's almost a bit of the opposite half the time. I know Cisco is quite talented, so definitely no slight towards his abilities. It's just the name. Like, man, no aim. That's just a slap in the face after he mows you down out in the battlegrounds here. Check out these Titans, though. Taking a knee, having a little rest. No big deal. All of these teams now looking for each other to complete the Survey Corps Challenge. This is the final stop challenge worth 15 points, and only one team will be picking it up, and it does look like they've started to find each other.
Yep, we got shots ringing out across the map. Looking for some of these vehicles right here. Vehicle kills right here. And a couple players on the team taking damage. Might want to regroup and reposition here as that zone is starting to close as well. Looks like they've got cover for the time being. Shots going out once again. That's Fitz looking for a frag.
We'll go the other bridge.
Not gonna be able to find anything quite yet. Like you said, the maybe a little bit of server disadvantage for him and Bushka playing from all the way down under, but he's definitely got the gunny to make up for it.
Yeah, they'll be all right. They'll be all right. I have faith. They're going to be just fine. But circle closing in on Rozhok, and those that are north of the river right now, including this squad here, may have a tougher time getting to zone, but they've got all these new modes of transport, whether it's ODM gear, whether it's Titans, that should make the transportation a bit easier to get to that safe circle. So regrouping, trying to find some ammunition here, get some gear, and make that final push to zone.
I don't know if he saw the person saw me.
Insanity and his crew doing the same thing. This wild bunch they are.
Well, they're also.
He's still looking to find his first kill in this one. I would be very surprised to see a full match finish without him picking up at least one or two. So as things do start to get a little bit tighter here, we'll see what he can manage. Just all types of acrobatics in the air, and they spot out some players on top of the hill right here. Could be an opportunity to pick up a couple. Got the DP and the AUG in hand.
No, you're
right now just gonna wait things out and maybe try to play for a better position.
Shoot at them too. Like, ready? I'm turning in.
Yeah.
It's only 12.
Listening to the strategy here, all I heard was, I can go Titan. Just so excited to take the Titan and charge up the hill. We'll see if that actually happens. Looks like Titan Sanity on the move. And that is indeed the strat.
I'm just curious to see how much damage he can actually take in this thing, because he is a big moving target right here. Shouldn't be difficult to land those shots, and maybe struggling with some of the mechanics. Not going to be able to land anything, and the ODM gear going to save a life. So it looks like they'll be able to get away, at least for the time being, but maybe only a matter of time with how quickly he's able to get across the map.
I don't know if whoever is in front of him, I don't know if they're aware that they're being pursued. They've got to be, right? But I mean, it just doesn't seem like there's a sense of urgency. I mean, this giant dude, this huge Titan is there, taking swings.
Oh, it's Icy!
And Icy is taken down when Sanity picks up the elim, and that is what we want to see here in the Clockwork Cup.
Wow, he got completely isolated, or maybe his team taken down. Definitely unusual to see him wide out in the open like that, but when Sanity making the most, and I just talked about the fact that it was surprising he only had 1 kill so far, immediately puts 1 elim on the board. That is a mile on the board for his squad as well, and Cisco looking for his first, but he's going to get taken down by Killshot. Does have a self-res, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get to cover in time, and he is down for the count for his squad.
If only he had aim, then it would have all been different. But unfortunately, just not the case. Cody here dropping some shots, or as is Dr. Chemist from range here. Cody's down right now, so Logi taking him down from distance. Now here's the river coming into play. Squads trying to get across into that safe circle over on the Rozhok side. And lots of ranged weapons right now on display. We got the DP-28 going in. Now it is time for that ODM gear to get across the river. Dr. Chemist able to do so successfully. Still, the Survey Corps Challenge has yet to be claimed right now. Again, that is using the ODM gear either mid-flight or using the attack function on it to secure an elim, and that will get the squad 15 points. Those are going to be massive as all teams right now try to compete to get to 125 first. So 15 is quite a bit of the way there just for doing one thing in the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's massive value, massive risk. We'll see if anybody can make something out of it. We got another Titan traversing the map in Yamna. They got multiple players on their squad in Titan 4, and Titan Sanity is just praying that they don't spot him out. Can you customize the hair, or is it based on your character itself?
That Titan right there has been customized. That thing has been sitting in the salon all day long, getting that do straightened. He's looking fresh. I will say, though, that is a sweet-looking do there for Yamna's Titan. Marking enemies in the distance here.
I would just go over here.
More Titans are running around. I want to see Titan on Titan action. That's what I want to see. Big, mighty swings.
Yeah. Just biting heads off left and right. We got Papa PG taken down. That's not a good sign for his squad. Definitely don't want to lose your captain early on. Somebody trying to get the kill on the knock using the ODM gear, trying to find a workaround, and that may have counted for Survey Corps for Dr. Chemist.
You finished?
Yeah, he's telling him to mark it. He did pick it up. We caught it on camera. So Wins Wild Bunch will be picking up 15 points. Thank you to Dr. Chemist for getting it done with the ODM gear. That is a big one for Wins Wild Bunch as they're going to rocket up the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's just a massive chunk. This is where things start to get spicy. 20 players packed into a very tiny block of buildings, and we got Gucci taking down Raging Cactus right there. Our creators dropping like flies right now. And it's on to Dream and Metal to try to clutch up for Papa PG's squad. Using that ODM gear to try to find a more optimal position, and looks like they'll be able to reposition right here. Eyes back on Cody and his squad. They got 3 players alive still.
I want to see a tiny circle. I want to see 19 players alive, and I want to see all of them turn into Titans at the same time.
I think we wrap around the northern part.
Just pop the new Titan serum and have 19 massive figures just running around in Rozhok.
Just everybody shake hands, and whoever's the last man standing takes the dub. We got Night Emperor taking down one in the feed, and I think Metal actually sniped Win out of the air right there. So a big time kill is once again, I believe, Metal Squad still had a couple alive. Big time damage from the zone, and that's going to be Win taken down. Same goes to Cody. Players dropping like flies. Dr. Chem is down for the count. And probably, it looks like only 14 players remaining, trying to get off the self-res, but zone hidden for way too much there.
Yeah, that blue zone's chunking at this point as it continues to move south. They kind of fake like it was hard shifting north, and then all the way south it's coming. Bushka has his bandits up on top of the mountain here. Beautiful high ground position secured, and as long as all of them don't peek at the same time, they should be okay here with this high ground position. Right now, Bushka knocked, but again, Metalcore getting some nice elims down in the city. Insanity trying to get to zone here, but he was sniped out of the air. All kinds of chaos going on right now as only 8 people are left alive in this one.
That's part of the thing about age. You may lose your reaction time, but you don't lose your experiences, and obviously Bushka's got a lot of Battle Royale experience. The tactics showing up right here, positioning his team really well off this zone and putting them in a position where they could very possibly win this. There's got to be at least 2 other teams remaining with 5 additional players that they're going against. They got 1 trapped up against a tree right there. This may be our final creator squad on this map. Got a couple of nades to work with. We got Killshot and Gucci down below. Savvy stretched out a little bit further, and it's going to be really tough to make their way up that mountain, but he's going to opt to take the vehicle, and he might be able to get the forward position.
We've got a rat somewhere, though. There's a solo lurking around, because I saw 4 on that squad. There's only 3 on Bushka's squad alive, and I'm not sure where the 4th is. JDM gets knocked here. That's a finish for them. And it looks like it's just up to Bushka and Yamna right now. They are going to be securing the most rank points right now out of all of the squads. So mission accomplished for them. But it looks like Wynn's Wild Bunch is going to pick up the big final stop challenge. Look at this. In with the ODM gear. They trade, and now it's up to Yamna.
A lot of pressure right here. A lot of players knocked. You want to get these finishes as quickly as possible, but there's a lot of players to be dealt with. Nades going out, trying to stay alive. It's actually a Molotov, so no damage to be done. Once again, I don't know how much util she's got left in her pocket. Bushka just trying to get some information to relay, see if she can clutch this up.
Good angles right now. They know where she's at. They've got 2 people. They just need to spread a little bit wider, get that kind of 90-degree angle going on. Nades are in. It looks like a smoke, maybe? Nothing blew up there, so Bushka trying to get some intel. Tempest, though, is going to be a problem out on that flank. Obviously, Bushka's communicated the 2 players that he has seen, but out on the flank, Tempest on Yamna's left side right now. She sees him, but he sees her first, and just like that, derailed. All squads have been eliminated, but not before the final circle. Bushka's bandits will survive the longest. They made it almost the entire time, but the Outlaw squads have the last laugh on our first map of the day, but not before. Many of these squads put up a load of points, Bobby.
Yeah, absolutely, no question. You want to pick up those frag points, but that 15 points from the ODM gear kill is definitely going to pay big-time dividends for the squad that was able to pick that one up.
Absolutely. So all of the creator trains have been chugging down the tracks. We'll see just how many miles they've covered here in just a moment. But again, if you guys are just tuning in, there are 3 different ways to earn miles for those trains. One is by ranking super well in the lobby like Bushka's Bandits just did. Another is to get those challenges done. We saw the final stop challenge done by Wynn's Wild Bunch. They picked up 15 points just for that, and all of the other challenges are worth a varying amount of points based on difficulty. Then obviously you can just eliminate your opponents and get 1 point for each elim. So lots of different ways to score points. Those points convert 1-to-1 into miles, and that'll get you down the track. Again, first team to 125 tonight. We'll be taking home $5,000. Bobby, what'd you think of our first map? Pretty chaotic. There was stuff going on everywhere. Trains zooming around, ODM gear, Titans. What'd you make of it?
It was a blast, especially once you get into those final couple of circles. It was just absolute chaos across the board. I'm curious if we see any more of those challenges involving the ODM gear, because it was cool to see the frags, but maybe a little bit of a workaround to get it onto a player that was already knocked right there. I would be very interested to see if we get anybody using it mid-flight. Obviously not an easy thing to do, but would make for a heck of a Twitter clip.
100%. Favorite moments from the first game, did you have any?
Oh, probably. I didn't get to see Metal's POV of it, but Metal taking down Win mid-air, that was definitely something that was fun to watch. And then on the flip side, Win taking down Icy with the Titan. I think that was our first Titan-specific kill. And he was really just looking like a fish out of water. Did not stand much of a chance in that engagement.
You called out two of my most memorable as well. I'll add another one in here. Maybe we'll see it on the replay as we take a peek at our game one action. But for me, it had to be the trains early on, with the creators kind of getting involved and then leaving their teammates behind as they exited the station. ICO iOS getting left. No big deal there, but good fun all the way around here as we saw some crazy action here. Squad wipe coming in on Angry Hoser and the boys. That was a tough one to swallow there for Dabs Desperados. That's the way it goes sometimes here on Erangel, especially when we've got a new theme game mode. Lots of challenges, though, in our first game as well to hit things from a moving target. And you see Win doing it here, getting a bunch of damage. He gets knocked, but his teammate able to finish the job on the top of apartments there. Love to see it. And then obviously, sweet hairdos on the Titans. Just running around, cleaning up, and Win. Hot pursuit here of Icy, able to get that, that shockwave to take him down with that punch. Good stuff from him. But overall, loved what I saw here in game number one.
You gotta think, being a Titan barber has got to be one of the riskier professions that you could take on. I don't know if that's something that I would want to do myself, but whoever they got to do it has done a phenomenal job. Just tens across the board.
God, Metal knocked.
Absolutely. I mean, you hate to screw up. It's like they just squish you. Like, you did my hair poorly. That's it for you. Your career is over, and your life. But good stuff here at the end of the game. I thought Bushka and Yamna were going to be able to clutch it for their squad. They got close, but unfortunately, Bushka gets knocked. I will say that ODM gear and the ability to cover ground and change angles and even verticalities makes kind of controlling those final circles so much more difficult. And it gets a bit disorienting there. You saw Bushka kind of get a little bit lost. All of a sudden, somebody's landing on top of him. Loses the 1v1 fight there, and ultimately the squad falls. But pretty valiant effort there from Bushka's Bandits. You called them out, Bobby. Gotta give you a tip of the cap there for making a correct prediction. We'll see if it shakes out that way on the leaderboard, as the trains obviously have to get pretty far down the track. But as far as performance goes and rank, Bushka's Bandits did pretty well in game one.
Yeah, no question. You want to get those placement points regardless of the challenges, the frags, whatever you pick up. That's one thing that's always in your control, is to position yourself well and set your team up to win. So that's what Bushka did right there. You get it's just a really well built out team as well, because you have a set IGL who's really experienced with the game. Bushka, one of the most knowledgeable PUBG Mobile players out there. And playing with some slayers like Icy and Fit, it's just a very well built squad, and obviously played out very well alongside Yamna, who I didn't really have super high expectations for, but she ended up being the last player alive.
Absolutely. She's quiet but effective. Always kind of lurking around, supporting the team, doing what needs to be done. Not afraid to roll up her sleeves and do the dirty work there. So again, shout outs to Yamna and the squad over at the Bushka's Bandits. Now I'm looking at Dabs Desperados to turn it around for our second game. We're going to see the leaderboards here in just a moment. The team is tallying all of those miles being secured by those trains in the back of the production room here. But I want to see where Dabs Desperados ended up and how much their growth might have been stunted here in this first game, because they went out early and I didn't see a lot from them as far as challenges and elims either. So they may have some ground to cover and some tracks to kind of make up here. We'll see, but again, Dab is no stranger to having to come from behind here. He could do it for sure, but I want to see how they rebound here in game number 2.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how that plays into their strategy, as we do have the rankings right here. And Dabs Desperados getting a nice little chunk from a couple of kills right there. It looks like total miles going the way of Win Squad with 45 right there. 39 of those coming on the back of those challenge miles.
Now, what this tells me, Bobby, is that surviving until the end of the game maybe not the best approach here. I mean, I don't know. It looks like they were able to pick up some miles there to get that done. They got 11 total, but Wins Wild Bunch picking up 45. So obviously that 15-pointer coming in for that final stop challenge is absolutely clutch. So shout out Dr. Chemist for getting that done with the ODM gear. The Saurus' Thieves and Dabs Desperados kind of splitting the difference there right in the middle. So pretty big gaps, I guess, between all positions right now. And that's a big first game for Wins Wild Bunch. Remember, they're only trying to get 125, and they've already gotten 45 miles on their way to doing so. If they have a big game 2, game 3, we might be able to wrap this event early, Bobby.
Yeah, no question about it. And that puts a lot of pressure onto Dabs Desperados and Bushka's Bandits. The fact that you've only got 3 maps to now accrue, over 100 points puts you in a really difficult spot. And they're going to have to play for some risky plays and maybe try to get some early eliminations in some hot drops if they want to have a chance at winning this one.
Absolutely. So we are getting ready to run it back for another game. So exciting because we got another themed Erangel coming right back. If you guys didn't get enough of the chaos, enough of the new collaboration with Attack on Titan, well, you're going to get more of it in just a second. And speaking of the Attack on Titan collaboration, it's live in the game right now, and it will be lasting until July 6th. And don't forget, the Scout Regiment arrives here at the end of the month on May 30th. So in just a couple of days, you've got some brand new content to enjoy as part of the Attack on Titan collaboration. Dedicate your heart to total victory. So stay tuned for that very exciting stuff. And we'll be checking out more Attack on Titan gameplay here in just a moment in our second map of the day. The Titans, I want to talk about them for just a second, Bobby. We saw them on the map. Did you feel like they made a big impact? Obviously, it was a great, mode of transport. Some players got a ride on the shoulders while others had to do the hard work and the heavy lifting. But what did you feel strategically about the inclusion of the Titans on this particular map?
It definitely feels like the players are still getting a feel for how to use those strategically. It felt like very largely it was just get from point A to point B, and I think that Win was the only player that we actually saw make use of especially those distance attacks to pick up some kills. So I'm curious to see if maybe we see those utilized a little bit more in the end game last time. Obviously, being a big target, not quite ideal in a tightly packed zone, but also gives you some opportunity to put your team in position in situations where you normally wouldn't be able to.
All right, well, we'll see if teams can adapt and get maybe some notes from Win. I felt like he did do a good job in pursuit of Icy, and I was so excited to hear their comms when they were getting ready to take on that fight, to charge up that hill, and you just heard multiple players chomping at the bit like, oh, I want to take the Titan, I want to go into battle, essentially using that as the tank, more or less. But it seemed to work. He was able to run down Icy, and after a prolonged pursuit, able to take him down with that Titan attack and get that elam, completing a challenge, I believe, in the process. And obviously that goes to the points that were secured by the squad. So again, we're going to turn our attention to map number 2. We've got another themed Erangel coming up in just a moment. It is the brand new Steampunk Frontier. And I gotta ask, Bobby, predictions for game 2, are we gonna see it, played the same way as the first one? Are we gonna see the same rank, or, will strategy shift to be more focused towards challenges versus survival?
I think especially for Bushka's squad, we'll see that. Given the fact that they were able to stay alive the entire game, they obviously have a grasp on how you would play a strategic, generally how you would play Battle Royale, but you got to adjust that strategy to get those challenges a lot sooner, and I think we'll see them starting to take more risks as well. Once again, you had that opportunity for 15 points that gets left on the table because you didn't want to risk your life. Might be worth it in the long run, especially, like we said, you got a 110-point gap that you've got to close to have a chance at winning this one. You got a lot of work to do if you're going to have any type of a shot.
100%. So just to clarify too, it sounds like the points awarded are not for match rank in the standing. It's just for the rank that they complete the challenge. So basically, get the challenge done first, you score more points than those that complete the challenge last. So makes sense. We'll keep an eye on that here as we hop into map number 2. I got my eyes here on Dab's Desperados to turn things around in our second match of the day. It sounds like on the leaderboards, though, they got a little bit further down the track, secured some more miles than the Bushkas Bandits, which I thought was a bit surprising. So as map 2 is upon us, we'll keep an eye on those Desperados, but we fly in with Winsanity, whose Wild Bunch sits on top of the leaderboard. They are the furthest down the track, 45 miles already secured. And again, it's the first to 125 that will end tonight's Clockwork Cup event.
Everybody goes close.
All right. Getting aggressive right here off the start. Cisco, no aim. Gonna look to lock in. It looks like they make their drops about as clean as can be. Locking in right here. Kill shot. I believe one of the last players remaining in the last game already down for the count. So once again, taking the risky route to try to get some frags right here. A lot of squads win right next to Metal, and we may see an early engagement. Looks like risky plays with the ODM gear already coming out.
Ooh. Show me some risk, baby. That's what I'm here for. Here is the knock coming in early on Real Dream. Ooh, the surprise drop coming in late. Metalcore in full costume, getting the elim there. He is not messing around, man. Metalcore has been coming to play in these events, and I'm not going to see his face the entire event, I don't think. This man's ready to go.
No, don't go there. He is about as locked in as he could possibly be. Looking for one player around that corner. He has become one with the game at this point. And trying to use that ODM gear to get some information onto those remaining players. Looks like they're going to be able to heal up right here. Some knocks in the feed once again, and I believe that's Fitz picking up one onto Sylvie right there. Looks like maybe we won't have a full wipe as neither team looking to get too aggressive here.
You love to see it. Love me some aggression. Love me some chaos in the early game as Metalcore goes to chest. And I do believe that was a scout cloak from the Attack on Titan anime. He is in full garb here, dressed to impress tonight. So love to see it for Win. Icy on the ground again. Bushka's going to try to pick him up. Smokes are out. And they are desperately trying to get things going in a positive direction. They got to build on that momentum they had towards the end of last game. But this time it's got to convert to points.
Jump in.
Yeah, no question about it. Obviously, you can get points from the eliminations, but especially relative to what you're capable of getting, as we saw from Win Squad from the challenges, it's just such a small drop in the pool whenever you can get, 15 at a time. We get Win versus Metal, but this time it goes the other way. Win gets the better of it, and it looks like Cisco taking out his fellow Filipino in Raging Cactus right there as we get some Southeast Asia action.
You know, it's interesting. We see some fights kind of going one way or the other. Last game, the script has been flipped this time around. Last time we saw Cisco on the receiving end of some lead. This time he's the one dealing it. And vice versa with Winsanity. He got taken down by Metalcore last game, and this time he is the one doing the damage. You know, he's got to be happy with that, getting a little bit of vengeance here as the opening of the second game kicks off. But that is just the opening. These guys all have respawns available. They're going to be able to fly back in, secure position. And Papa PG caught unaware. Dabs plays, hop on the wall, starting to build that momentum that they desperately need.
Yeah, I saw Dab hitting the flank right there, and PG just completely isolated from his squad. It's going to be one free mile on the board for Dab. And once again, a lot of teams opting to drop into this train hot drop. You see one player up inside the window, and Dab, I don't know if it was intentional, opts to use the ODM right here to get aggressive. He may look to push up into this building, knowing how far down his team is, getting some of those early kills. Also, the potential of preventing an opposing team from getting any of those challenge kills could be huge.
Absolutely multi-layered gameplay coming in right now. Coty has eyes on a man down below. Well, this is a problem.
No way,
he has snuck up the stairs. He runs into a Molotov, and just like that, the whole team wiped out. It does look like they have a respawn They were wiped with enough.
Okay, now
they
we're
were
actually a
staggered
little
enough
bit
to where they
cooking
didn't get fully squad wiped there. They'll
y'all
all
gotta
be
come
able to
back 'cause
come
we have to
back
do things
in.
as a team.
Challenges
Hopefully
have hit the
they'll come
battlegrounds, though,
Yeah,
Bobby.
we
I'm
can-
going to
we
go
have
ahead
to-
and look these up and see what we're dealing
All
with.
right, drive by. Have any member of your team secure an elimination
Yeah, we
while
get
actively driving and shooting from
Bushka
a
taken
two-wheeled
down. I
vehicle?
believe we had Fitz get the trade right there, but
musical trains as a team
regardless, we
have
see
all
Heels
living
coming in
members.
once again. I think it was Dab just camping downstairs with a shotgun to get that one free kill as well. So both teams regaining right here, trying to get set up so that you don't take that risk of going down 4 players right off the bat, because that's really where you can start to get into some of those holes.
It's a tough one. We got the tower as the first challenge here. This is as a team, have all living members present simultaneously at Utgard Castle. So getting to the castle is going to be what they're trying to do. We've got Medic out there as well, which is basically using the new portable med kit to restore a teammate's health. Musical Trains, though, is the one I'm looking forward to, which is playing the gramophone on the train. So having all the team members there. So we'll see who is going to present and do exactly that. We've got Drive-By on there as well, which again, we saw a lot of it last game, but it's driving by and getting an elim from a moving train. Or I guess that one's from a two-wheeled vehicle. So any two-wheeled vehicle, we get that drive-by completed.
Well, a little bit easier to maneuver when you can control the speed, control the direction, everything else. I would anticipate that one will be a little bit easier to knock out. We saw Yamna picking up one, I believe, on the kill shot, who's somebody that we have seen repeatedly in this one. And it looks like her squad able to stay alive as well. Maybe only one respawn remaining, but regardless, they are chilling for the time being, and obviously all teams now turning their focus over toward those challenges. That's where we've seen the bulk of those points come
Be
through.
careful though, people might be there.
Yeah, don't
give me time.
Taking a quick listen into Win Squad as they flag some opponents maybe in the area. We'll see what they have to say about it. Train getting ready to leave here, so the warning is sounded.
Parachute?
People here, people here.
Looks like Win's gonna be able to crack the safe right here, looking for some loot.
The train is now.
They're landing on us.
Trying to make sure they don't have anybody else to contest. As they get full control right here and trying to get those shots from top of the train. Not the easiest shots to hit.
Okay. All right, yeah, Cisco, get on this train real quick.
Maybe for you, but when Sanity hits those in his sleep,
You get ready to.
I don't know if that's actually a fact, but I made it up. It sounded good. There's the gramophone. We're going to get everyone in here. Going to play that sucker. And we've got Musical Trains coming right up for 8 points. We'll see if they can get it first.
Cody, come to me.
Ready? Play it.
Cody, these points are crucial. Get in here. There we go.
There we go.
Go. Mark.
Yay.
Nice.
All right. Musical Trains knocked off the board for Win Squad. That is 8 points, and they were already in the lead. So the more of these challenges that they can get finished first, the quicker they make their way toward that 125-point mark.
I don't know how I did it, but
Absolutely. So it's cleared off their challenges list. On the other squads, it'll still show up, but it's only worth 6 right now for them. So less points available for it. Let's see if anyone else is able to secure this challenge. But now Winsanity and his Wild Bunch are going to be looking forward to Drive-By. They got to secure a two-wheeled vehicle to get that done. And then obviously we got Medic as well, where they're going to be looking to use the new portable med kit to restore a teammate's health.
We could ride this all the way to the castle.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
It looks like the Swordest Thieves getting the tower knocked out right there, so that's 8 points on the board for them. We're not necessarily in a bad spot heading into this one either, and we do see Fitz picking up a couple more frags as well. We've seen him getting those kills. The onus on Bushka's squad has really been onto them to get the challenges finished up, and they're still looking to get some of those.
Absolutely. You can see Killshot knocks JDM right now, so Bushka Squad may be in a bit of trouble at the moment. Now the tower is going to be an interesting hotspot right now as the Outlaw Squads try to prevent our 4 competitor teams from actually finishing their race right now. They're trying to derail this competition. Winsanity riding the train all the way to the Utgard Castle. And you saw the tower be completed by the Soros squad, so they're presumably there already. Let's hear Dab. Uh-oh. Are they going to fight? Nope.
People.
Looks like Dr. Chemist looking for an angle to work with, and FaZe actually gets knocked in the backside right there. Dabs Desperados pick up the musical trains for the second dose of points, so they'll get 6. Definitely a nice chunk to try to get back into this one. And
we need to do it.
Once again, it looks like neither team really wants to get engaged right there. Not worth the risk, especially when you got lots of points still on the board. We got the replay as Fitz able to take down Gucci right here, and looks like he probably gets another as Houston King Boy going to drop as well. With little postmortem right there as the nade hits.
Tough one there for JDM. He thought he had that fight under control. Turns out he did not. The nade lands, wipes him, and just like that, he gone. That's all right, though. You know, I will say, you heard these guys say people on the way by on the train. I'm wondering if they saw their opponents or if they just heard that gramophone going off in the passing train. And like, hey, they're clearly playing some music over there as well. Obviously, somebody had to turn that sucker on.
Yeah, no question about it. Looks like Papa PG and his squad still looking to pick up some more points. Not a ton left on the board. We've still yet to see drive-by, and that's a big opportunity. Same for Medic as well. Maybe looking to split up right here to try to give themselves more opportunities to get those drive-by kills. May actually just opt to loot up for the time being and see if they can regroup and try to get some more of those challenges knocked out, as they seem pretty content with their position. And once again, 30 players still remaining on the map, number that we were sitting at for a hot minute. And as I say that, 2 drop.
Just like that, down to 28. The zone resets. It centers up. It is moving to the east this time rather than the north. So we'll see a little bit different of an end zone right now for our second map of the day. Metalcore in his scout cloak is chilling in Pachinki right now. They're trying to get all the loot they can before they have to travel to get to that safe circle. They will be having to move here pretty shortly before this thing closes in. More frag grenades into the bag for Metal. But man, they're looking to get things going. All 4 players still alive right now, have the revives available as well. So good start for them. They would love to pick up some more elims though. Each of those is worth a mile down the track. So as aggressive as teams can be, that's going to work out in their favor.
And it looks like Icy and his squad going to spot out a car driving by. Actually, Bushka gets sideswiped right there, so no hot pursuit to be found for the time being.
I think he's a drink.
Making their way past school, nothing to be seen, and once again, just trying to knock out as many of these challenges as possible. I would anticipate we're going to see a lot of vehicles at some point, to try to get those drive-by kills.
There's a motorcycle out in the field. I don't know if that was a trike or not. They just passed it by, so maybe it was a 2-wheeler. Couldn't really tell, but we still have 8 points available. All 4 teams still have yet to complete the drive-by challenge. We'll see if that actually happens for them or not, but out into the wild blue yonder they go, probably trying to get over to that Utgard Castle to pick up more points for the tower challenge. Again here, challenge points are probably the most impactful thing teams can do to raise their score. So seeing those points of interest, engaging with the new update content, and ultimately, after all 4 challenges have been completed, it will trigger the final stop challenge, which again, as we saw in game 1, was worth 15 points to Insanity's squad. That was massive for their position on the leaderboard.
Why are you?
Yeah, no question. That's an entire third of what they were able to get. Looking for the drive-by kills right there, and I don't think we saw any knocks, so both teams still locking it down. Wins bunch able to knock down the tower, and this is a risky play. I think having to go outside of zone to do that, it looked like multiple teams were trying to make the play for that, so maybe a possibility we see some outside of zone engagements. Yet to see it happen so far, but I believe all teams still with players up for the time being. Thesaurus Thieves picks up musical trains, and I believe that leaves it remaining for only one other team.
Seems to be one of the easier ones to complete. You know, just hop the train with the whole team and play the gramophone. that'll secure you some points. So the teams that did that early getting rewarded nicely. Bushka finally reaches the tower, are able to get some points as well. Now only one more team needs that one. So most squads right now seem to have 2 challenges remaining, depending on which 2 they have yet to complete. Maybe easier for some rather than others, as the tower is well into the blue zone right now, which can be a bit scary. Cisco taking on an unknown enemy right now on the other side. This is going to be an interesting showdown here. He needs to survive this one so that they can get on to the drive-by and medic challenges as well.
Yeah, no question. And really risky having all your players outside a zone like this as well. Obviously, you want to get those challenge points, but trying to weight the risk. And right now, at the risk of getting completely taken out, we see, I believe, Fitz getting knocked right there. And once again, things getting spicy outside the zone for the teams that knocked the tower out early. Makes it that much better, because not only did they get those points, but they are in a much better position, as it is high risk right now for both of these squads. Not a great spot to be. We got Cisco and Win, both with eyes on them, but
they can do whatever they want.
Definitely not a great spot to be for either of these squads.
Absolutely. I was actually curious about Cody and Dr. Chemist, and if they had sight lines from this elevated flank position. It looks like they do, able to connect. This is going to be tough to land a finishing blow from this distance and these angles. They do have a nice off-angle supporting position right now, but again, it really kind of leaves their teammates, Winsanity and Cisco, almost kind of on their own to deal with, 2 or 3 players. So hopefully they can get it done. This is a big fight. It does not work out well for Cisco. Bushka's able to take him down 1v1, and Winsanity down as well. He goes down to Fates, and just like that, he tries to give up before Fates can get the finish. Classy, classy Winsanity. Love to see it.
Nice. That's
wow. Big time kills, not only to pick up those miles, but also to take down an opposing team, removing any possibility for them to get those challenges knocked out. We have still yet to see a drive-by, still yet to see medic played out either. And it looks like they should be able to get some players called back in right here. Once again, risky position for these 2 players remaining outside of the zone. That is going to be Winsanity and Cisco back in play, and that's huge for their squad, giving them a lot better of a chance to finish up those challenges.
I think these boys just send it. They take this 2-wheeled machine, and they try to go get that drive-by done. That's 8 points right there, and then they can heal each other up with this blue zone damage they're going to take. They can use that new portable, healing device that'll get them all challenges completed and onto the final stop, which is where they're going to be able to get that massive point boost, and that's what they're going to be looking for. So portable med kit is what they need to have in the bag, and ultimately heal up a teammate. Still 3 challenges to go here, though, for Dabs Desperados. They gotta get busy.
Go to recall.
Yeah, and they're the only team that has not completed the tower, so with only 2 points remaining, just probably not even worth it for them to think about it, given the risk that they would have to take on their Dab pretty low on HP. They're taking on one of those opposing squads that we've seen maybe a thorn in the side of some of our creator squads, so opportunity for some kill points, but at the same time, they have been lethal so far in this one.
Get on, Ares. Get on my Titan. Come on.
Go.
Taking a quick listen in on Dabs here. They've got a nice little engagement going on. He had some good shots, taking down an enemy at distance. So his rifle's on point right now, but we'll see if they're able to converge on that position and secure some more elim points.
We need kills anyway, so might as well.
And we just continue to see Killshot in the feed all day long. He has been farming kills. I would imagine we probably don't have anybody tracking his points, but if we did, I would be very curious to see what he's at right now, because he has been an absolute menace to so many of these teams, just constantly in the feed, constantly picking up frags, and always at the right place at the right time. Dab Squad continues to sit back right here. None of these teams, not a single one has gotten medic, not a single one has gotten drive-by. And these two challenges have been much more difficult to pick up than I anticipated they would be.
I thought the medic one was going to be easy, to be honest with you. The drive-by I thought would be difficult, but I thought we'd see some teams go for it. And then the tower, usually the POI ones where you just show up at a place, those are typically pretty easy. So I'm surprised to see the teams that have not picked up the tower. That's just kind of maybe some oversight on prioritization of early game movement, as the zone definitely pushed that out of the circle, which clearly is not ideal, but we're still only in stage 4 right now, so it's, you know, it's not like the Blues chunking that bad at this point. And look at that, the portable med kit has been used. Wins Wild Bunch completes that one as well. I think they're just down to the drive-by. It looks indeed like all they have left to do is take this two-wheeled machine right here, this motorcycle, and try to go get an elim. So Cisco No Aim's going to hop on the back, and they're going to see if they can get this elim. If they do, Bobby, that's going to unlock a second consecutive final stop challenge, and that's going to be maybe GG good night if they actually get that done.
Yeah, I mean, with the pace that they're going at, they've been, I believe, first or second on every single one of the challenges so far in this one as well. So that's a minimum of, what, 20, 24 points, something like that. That puts them at 60. If they get drive-by, that's, what, 68? Another 15 on top of that? They could very well only need one more game to lock in those 125 points. They're setting themselves up well. And that's not even to count the points that they've gotten off of the elims as well. We do get Bushka's Bandits picking up the medic challenge right there. But once again, it certainly seems like right now Team Winsanity is the team to beat.
They're cruising, that's for sure. We saw another challenge completed by one of the other squads. It may have been Bushka to get that done. So challenges still getting completed even at this late stage of the game. The zone not doing these teams any favors, though, as it continues to hard shift to the east, all the way over to the prison. We'll watch as the next circle comes in. It goes even further to the east. No one inside of it right now. Everyone's still trying to travel over there. You can see the left side of that map. Teams are coming from the castle and trying to make their way into zone. So it is going to get chaotic here very shortly. We still have all of our creator squads, I believe, still alive at this point. And so they're going to be fighting tooth and nail to try to get that winner chicken dinner.
Yep. And a little bit of a precarious position for Win Squad is Cisco very weak right now. They're trying to make their way into zone, but it looks like he's probably going to get knocked.
Oh, no.
And he might just get left behind. And here we have the Titans throwing out attacks, just beautiful shots out of dab plays. He's not going to be able to get anything right there, but definitely sending out some warning shots to the opposition. And I believe all teams still looking for that first drive-by kill, but definitely an opportunity with both teams knowing each other's position here.
Man, that was awful close on that first shot from the Titan. I thought it connected with the vehicle, and I was going to say that would have been play of the day had that one connected, but good try there from Dab. Cisco able to get back up, it looks like. He's in the zone now, so getting picked up by the team. Blue not chunking hard enough to fully take him down. You love to see it. He's going to get chauffeured to the safe circle where a health kit will be awaiting him. Get that first aid going. Get himself patched back up. So they're going to be just fine. Titan Sanity, a.k.a. Winsanity, and his Wild Bunch. They're looking good, again, for a second map in a row. Somebody else has got to do something to stop these guys because they have too much momentum going right now.
Yeah, there's no question. As long as they've got 4 players alive, they're the biggest threat in this tournament. So we've got the Titans running around. You would think with their size they'd be the biggest threat, but nope. It is Win and his team. Because right now, these teams still struggling to get some of these challenges knocked out. That's Dab and his squad. 3 still on the board. No tower, no medic, no drive-by. Does getting a kill from on top of a giant count as drive-by?
It does not have wheels.
Okay.
I think they need
so,
wheels,
but I was
right?
like, it shows that the little icon next to the name says that it's a vehicle. So I was like, you know what? You never know.
Hey, fair enough. That's a good observation for sure. I do believe they need a motorcycle, though, to get that done. But look at these Titans. They're just winging those attacks down the hill. They were able to pick up one elim, but on the chase right now through the forest, car in sights. He's going to see if he can run this one down. Dab Plays has got great intel. Nice propane tank here placed proper distance away from the house. You know, it's the code. Appreciate that from the devs. Random shout out here for propane tanks.
Ooh, and Cody takes down Bushka right there. Vehicles driving by. JDM finds one himself. Bushka and his squad still trying to get the rest of this knocked out. They were not able to do musical trains, and especially with how easy most of these teams made it seem, definitely a loss. Win going to be able to pick up one on the Fitz right there. And once again, more points stacked on the board. Not sure if he was able to get the finish. It looks like
he did get the finish.
Looking to get the, okay, he did get the finish right there. So no challenge to be found, but once again, staying alive and picking up some extra points.
Nice.
It's a free win for Yamna.
Get the bike, get him.
Just ran right out in front of her. They're saying get the bike, though. They are going to try to get this this drive-by challenge done. Maybe too late, though, for musical trains. I could be crazy.
Maybe if there's like a miracle track spot directly in zone or something, but I would be very shocked if they had that one on the table still. Win and his squad looking to get players up, but it looks like he's the only player not knocked for the time being. Shots through the smoke, trying to find something. FaZe, I don't think was able to connect right there, but once again, just trying to spray down that final little bit of damage. Nothing to be found.
An angle on me.
That's right. It would be a shame if they only had the drive, or they got the drive-by done and they only had the musical trains left on the board, because that one seems so easy to complete. And it's still up there for Bushka's Bandits. You can see right there, no way to get that done at this point. They're still trying to get drive-by done, but hey, drive-by's worth 8 points right now. Yamna gets taken down with the DBS on the entry, so that's tough for Bushka's Bandits. They are out of here at this point. 12 players remaining right now. 4 of those coming from Dab's Desperados, which again, we called them out before this game started. Wanted to see a bit of a turnaround from them in game 2, and it looks like they're delivering just that.
Yeah, keeping their players alive, but the challenges being the bigger issue. Those 3 being on the board for them does not bode well. They definitely need to pick up as many frags as possible here toward the end of this one. Is Cody maybe playing a little risky with the ODM right there? I think he's actually in negative HP right now. Somehow going to be able to get some bandages off. And player coming up the hill, they may not be expecting this. The frag does come through for PUBG Gucci. Another one of those players that we have seen constantly in the kill feed tonight.
I don't have first hit.
That was good stuff. I thought for sure it was going to be the player that was charging against Cody, taking him down. He was hanging his butt out a little bit from that tree, you know? Give him a little target to shoot at. And unfortunately, he goes down, but 11 players still up right now. When Sanity is knocked, it's all up to Cisco to do it for his squad. He gets knocked as well. That might be curtains here for Winsanity's squad. He's got the first aid off, though, and just like that, they're eliminated.
Yeah, I see him.
Looks like we do have one creator squad. At least Dab picks up one. They full send it into the building right here and doing their best to bare minimum pick up some elimination kills in this one. Got one player on top of the building via the ODM. Dab picks up one onto Soloji. It's getting spicy on the inside. Killshot remains alive. Continues to be a thorn in the side of these squads, and he may have the full wipe. FaZe, the only player left. It's all down to a self-res right here, and I don't think he's going to let it happen as they once again wipe the remaining creator squad.
I hope that pops up in the replay at the end. Dab plays right now, still in it, trying to hold him off, and it's not going to happen. In we go, and the elim secured. All creator squads have been eliminated, and that is derailed for game number 2. Still looking for a winner chicken dinner, but we last to the final circles yet again. So not all bad here for our creator squads. Several of them, including Wins Wild Bunch, they get a lot of challenges done this time, but nobody, importantly, gets the final stop challenge completed. That one was worth a lot of points, so maybe a bit more of a tempered game as far as points secured in this second game, but overall, I saw a lot of kill shot in the feed once again, and that shot towards the end with him standing on top of the tower there, just gunning everybody down, pretty iconic if you ask me.
Yeah, he seems to be very familiar with the mechanics of the game at this point and has certainly mastered it to a degree that we really have not seen from any of the rest of these players. Being able to take Winsanity and his squad out of the competition likely has guaranteed that we will at least see a 4th match, but they're certainly still the team to beat in this one as they have prioritized the challenges really well. I'm curious to see how that plays out as we do get ready to move into World of Wonder, because the strategy there certainly going to be very different, and curious to see what they're going to bring to the table in that one.
100%. We'll take a look at Assault Training Ground and World of Wonder here for our third map coming up in just a few minutes. But first, let's take a look back at our action from Game 2. We see the Source falling asleep in the little gazebo here, gunned down by one of the opponents. Tough breaks for him, but this was a great push from Angry Hoser. Up the stairs, gets 2, and that is going to push their team into a great position that started off the map incredibly well for Dabs Desperados. This one here, Fates connects with Winsanity, and the interesting thing was there was a little revenge later on in the map. We'll take a peek at that, but there's Killshot yet again with the elimination, and this man was all over the place this round, Bobby.
Yeah, no question about it. He was farming left and right. And this was a very interesting engagement that resulted from both teams thinking they were going to be able to go out of zone to get one of those challenges kind of uncontested, and it didn't work out well for either of them. I think both got away alive, but definitely threw a little bit of a wrench in their plans. You can see the Battle of the Titans there as well. Just a two-man army wiping down squads, and Win picking up a couple of kills to notch some extra points for his squad as they make their way closer and closer to that 125-point mark.
No!
Absolutely. So, again, trying to defend those towers proved to be pretty difficult right here. Cody getting popped on the peak there. Unfortunate for him, and Winsanity getting finished there for the squad. And there is Killshot on top. Look at him go. He's just like, come get some, bro. It's just impressive play from him in the first 2 games. And he's not even on one of our teams right now. He's on one of the Outlaw squads who are there to make things difficult for our creator squads. And that is exactly what they are doing as we take a peek at our match rankings to see who is moving further down the track. We will look at the overall shortly. But again, it's Win's Wild Bunch with the most miles gained with their train this round.
Yeah, and for Dabs Desperados, they did a good job of picking up those frags. We talked at the end about the fact that they had 3 still on the board, but at least those 10 elims they were able to pick up kind of minimized any drop-off that they were going to see right there. Bushka's Bandits doing a good job of picking up some extra challenge miles. Not nearly as big of a gap as what we saw in that first map, but once again, Win and his team were already in the lead by a substantial amount. Them picking up the most points there on map 2 as well certainly puts them in a great place halfway through the event.
The problem with this, Bobby, is all I see are the bottom 3 are roughly the same amount of points, and Win's team putting just more of a gap between them and the rest. You can see 2nd through 4th place quite close, and I would imagine in a tournament where a prize pool is divvied up through the top 4, that would be great. However, tonight is winner take all. $5,000 is on the line, and the first team to hit 125 total miles will take the entirety of that prize pool. And through 2 matches, it is Win's Wild Bunch who has positioned themselves almost doubly as far as any other squad. So a really impressive first 2 games from Win's Wild Bunch. What do you think they're doing right so far, Bobby?
I think it really just comes down to the strategy, and Win probably is one of the best players to ask when it comes to events like this because he's played in so many of them. Understanding how to position yourselves in situations where you're going to be able to encounter those challenges early on. You have specific POIs that are more than likely going to entail the challenges in some capacity or another. They've done a good job of knocking out as many as they possibly can early on. And obviously the biggest thing is the fact that they were able to do that, not only to get the 4 challenges in map 1, but to get that final 15-pointer knocked out, really catapulted them ahead of the competition.
Love to see it. We're going to head down the tracks a bit further, Bobby. Excited to see what's coming next on World of Wonder. We have ourselves the Assault Training Ground. Coming up from map 3, we shift gears to see if any of these teams can make a dent on the lead that Win's Wild Bunch has put on that track so far. But first, we go to a quick break. We'll be back with you here in just a moment for map 3. And welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Clockwork Cup. Again, my name is Powerbang, bringing you the action this evening. So exciting so far. The games have been kicking off this event. We've had an amazing first two maps, and if they've looked like fun to you, well, don't miss out. Download PUBG Mobile from the link in the description. You can get it for free at the App Store nearest you. Join us out here on these battlegrounds, and don't forget to follow PUBG Mobile on social media. Everywhere social media exists at PUBG Mobile. Get all the latest and greatest game update news, happenings, and events just like this one by following PUBG Mobile on socials. Let's bring back in our boy Bobby Plays to the desk. We can get ready for our third game of the evening. Bobby, it's going to be World of Wonder, PUBG Mobile's custom game mode where you can make your very own map, and we're going to be seeing the Assault Training Ground. So exciting to see what is going to be in store for us. Do you have any predictions on what we're going to see?
I mean, this is a little bit more up in my wheelhouse. This is very similar to what I play on a daily basis, the run and gun, the respawn, and this is somewhere that I anticipate players like Fitz, players like Cisco, like Raging Cactus, who have a lot of that respawn type experience, are going to feel a little bit more comfortable, and maybe we'll see some more of that gun skill type dominance. Obviously, familiarity with the game itself is going to help you out in some degree or another, but this is really down to pure gun skill, down to reaction time, and down to making those reads on the opposition.
Amazing. We got our eyes, I do at least, on Raging Cactus. You called him out at the beginning of the broadcast. He's on Thesaurus's Thieves. I want to see how they look on the battleground. So excited, but we gave out a UC hint a bit earlier in the broadcast. Not going to tell you what it was. If you want to know, you could rewind or whatever, but we got our second hint ready for you now. Get your screenshot and fingers ready. Your pencils up. It is on screen. It is Train. That is your second clue for our UC giveaway tonight. Remember, collect all 4 that will be given out periodically in this broadcast tonight and enter them in at the end of the website in the description to have a shot to win UC delivered straight to your account. Use that for all the latest and greatest in-game cosmetics and items inside of PUBG Mobile. So best of luck to you guys out there participating in our UC giveaway. And boy, we got map 3 coming up here in just a moment, Bobby. Like you said, those that have that experience with some respawns, maybe that quick twitch muscle fiber develop, might have a bit of an upper hand in this one. I'm excited to see it. We'll see if there's any sort of tactics or strategy that develop. But word is there may be a nuke to secure as well on this map, trying to get them kill streaks or kills in general. I'm excited. So let's go ahead and take a peek at this map, see what we can learn about what is going on in our third game. Here it is, Assault Training Round. It's a 4v4 team deathmatch where the main squads will face off in a single elim bracket, so teams can win a match by being the first to get that 8 kill streak, or they can get 30 elims as a team. And then lastly, if the timer expires, they just need to have the most elims at the end. Now, elims from the map will not count towards the overall miles as far as tonight's Clockwork Cup is concerned. But if you finish in first tonight, 15 miles, second gets 10 miles, third gets 7, and fourth gets 4 miles. If you guys want to take part on this particular map, rewind the stream a little bit, grab that code, and go check it out for yourself. But into the action we go. And it is, looks like Wynn's Wild Bunch in the battlegrounds first, and we'll see who they're taking on here in just a moment.
They have been able to do some damage. It looks like, once again, Bushka's squad here. That's a couple players that I'm interested to see. Fitz and Icy, both very, very adept at this type of environment. So curious to see what type of damage they can do. 4-2 right here. Not a ton of engagement, and you would anticipate, especially in the TDM environment, team's going to play very passive, not going to look to overextend at all. Don't want to take any unnecessary risks. Nice little pre-fire out of Bushka, and he's going to be able to find one on the Dr. Chemist right there as they try to chip away at that little bit of lead that is built. He's going to get taken down.
Are we for real? I agree, Bushka. That was filthy. I thought he had that on lock, and they double peeked it. Stacking up that angle made it impossible for the old man to get those elims. But hey, it was a good effort. I will say Bushka's gun is warmed up tonight. He is looking accurate with those shots.
Yeah, no question about it. They've tied each other up at 7 kills apiece. I know you said the nuke's a possibility. I'm curious what type of streak they're going to have to go on to get that, especially in first to 30. That can't be easy to get at all. They had a couple different ones right there, and it looks like 8 just to get the first one. So I would be shocked if we saw anybody notch that. We do have Wynn picking up 1 onto Icy. Now 10 kills to 10. This one looking like it could go down to the wire.
I feel like, they've got a defense tower. We've got the flame bomb. We've got the nuke. It's 11 to 11 right now. We're not seeing kill streaks of any kind. We're seeing trades. There's no passive play going on right now. There's no camping. It's all ahead full right now. Down the tracks we go. These teams are going at it, and we're on course for a bit of a collision, a bit of a derailment. 12 to 12 is what we have right now. There are no kill streaks in sight.
Yeah, no question about it. I would be shocked if we saw it, just because the time to kill is so fast. The third-person perspective makes it really difficult to play aggressively as well, so you have to play passive to a degree just because you don't want to give that peeker's advantage to the opposition. So you can see now that Win Squad is taking a bit of a lead. They're going to sit back, force the other team to play into them. They continue to pick up those frags as he's got 7 himself, and it looks like they are making pretty solid work of this one so far.
I don't think this timer has anything to do. I mean, I think they put it in there to say, hey, if you guys are just going to go super hardcore camp mode, then yeah, we'll go to the timer. But 30 elims, I mean, they've got a little over 11 minutes to get that done. So I think they're going to be just fine. So it looks like a race to the finish line right now. Again, streaks are looking challenging. I think the most we've seen is maybe 3 or 4 right now. 8's not impossible, but they really got to change things up as far as their strategy is concerned if they're going to make that happen.
Yep, nice little jump shot out of Bushka right there, trying to take away any type of peeker's advantage and taking some shots at his teammate. Fortunately, no friendly fire in this one, so nothing lost right there.
The best part about that is the teammate immediately spins, shoots back, and they fire 5 or 6 rounds at each other before they're like, oh wait, same team, we're good.
Dude, what's wrong with my hit rate? Oh, okay. Now I understand. Couple more shots through right there. Bushka takes down another. We're back tied up 21 apiece. And once again, neither of these teams giving anything away easily, looking to make the most of the util right there. Another player taken down as this time we do see Bushka's squad move into the lead. JDM taken down, and it is back and forth between these two squads.
Absolutely. You can see those equipment that they can use in the bottom there. There's a scan, which refers to the recon scan. It's a device that reveals the enemy position so they can see exactly where they're at. It's obviously super useful. Got a defense tower there, which is an airdrop capsule that deploys a machine gun turret. Clearly, that's something that can hold down a stationary position, maybe hold an angle for you while you're not looking at it. And then obviously Flame Bomb and Nuke we haven't seen just yet, but those, consider them dangerous and explosive. We'll see if any team is able to actually secure one of those. So far, the kill streaks, though, have been very difficult to come by. Trades back and forth right now. It is a 1-point game. As the pace slows down, Bobby, it's 9:21 left in this contest. 5 more elims needed to get to the finish line, though.
And that's the thing about TDM, when the only objective is to pick up kills, there's nothing outside of the clock to really force you forward. So I would imagine as we get closer and closer to that 30-point mark, we're going to see teams being more and more passive, especially with those visual cues to give you kind of the information to get advantage in these gunfights. You don't want to take too many risks.
No.
A little shaky on the shots for Bushka, but he comes out on top. They're now up 3 lives.
That scared me.
Close this one out.
I was thinking, don't cut to Bushka right as he potatoes this one. It's never fails. You get that caster curse. Let's go watch him for a minute. And then I was like, oh no. Felt for him, but he got it done. It was not a big deal. It's just something that I built up in my mind to be bigger than it wasn't.
He doesn't want to peek me.
Starting to see those kills come through for Wynn's squad. What was a 3-kill lead, now down to 1. Once again, looking to get some type of advantage right here. We are tied back up every time. It looks like one of these teams gonna pull away. They pull it right back in. Beautiful shots out of Icy. He's gonna be able to pick up 2 right there. And just like that, Bushka's squad in position to try to take the win. Speaking of win, he's going to be able to pick up 1, but trade it out. Only 1 more kill needed, and that's going to be Team Bushka taking the W.
Yamna Gaming picking up MVP for the squad. 10 elims all to herself. She is crushing tonight. I thought she might have been kind of a dark horse MVP for the team, but turns out she's got more up her sleeve than just some support right now. She's the one laying down the law for Bushka's Bandits as they pick up a come-from-behind victory over Wynn's Wild Bunch. Now, it looked like Wynn and his squad, Bobby, had that secured. It looked like they were up 3-5 points that whole time, and then at mid-20s, all of a sudden the tables turn. Bushka puts together, some elims. They didn't have a streak, per se, but they got like an 8-2 run or something thereabouts to win that game, so really clutch performance from them.
Yeah, that's the thing about that type of environment. It can be very, very momentum-based, and especially if the other team starts panicking, really worrying about getting those trades and not using the environment to their advantage. There are a lot of times when that will come back to bite you, and just very well played out of Bushka's squad to make the most of what they were handed right there. It was back and forth all the way through, and obviously that's not a guaranteed win for them so far in this one, but definitely a solid start to put them in position to get the most points in this round of the competition.
Absolutely. I was really impressed with how evenly matched that was. You can see it's just like neck and neck the entire way. Finally, Wynn's squad put together a little bit of a lead there, kind of mid-game. They tightened up at 20-19. You see it's 21-21. Then they stretch it out a little bit here. But Bushka closes strong. Yamna coming through in the clutch for the squad right there. This little engagement was key. The double for Icy. That is going to do wonders for them. Bushka picks up the first game of our very, very small bracketed tournament. That's going to move them to our first place championship game. Now, on the other side of the bracket, we've got the Saurus and his squad taking on Dab Plays. And that's going to be an interesting one as well. The winner will take on Bushka. The loser takes on Wynn's Wild Bunch. And again, depends on who wins here, how much they'll be able to move their train down the track. Obviously, win out and get the most smiles for your squad. Get them all the way down the track, right? But looking at our next game, the Saurus versus Dab. Who do you have in that one, Bobby? Any predictions from you?
I mean, coming into this, looking at the players on Thesaurus squad, I probably would have said him, but Dab's team has done a really good job of picking up frags in the competition. Obviously, they haven't amassed a ton of points as far as the challenges go, but when it comes to the gunny and picking up kills, they've been able to win the bulk of those and are, I believe, leading the way in that category. So I feel like I got to lean that direction. With that being said, you got Metalcore, who's a very experienced shooter player. You got Thesaurus, who's just a monster in and of himself. Very well built out squad. I'm anticipating this one's going to go down to the wire as well.
Fair enough. That's a very, very political ride of the fence I see you put out there. But hey, I'm going to go hardcore. It's Thesaurus' Thieves all day long. You called out Raging Cactus in the very beginning of the broadcast. I'm going to lean into that. I'm going to take your expert advice here and say he's going to MVP for the squad. Maybe not. We'll see. But I think Thesaurus is going to take this one. Again, Metalcore riding a bit of hot streak in these community events, so we'll see if that continues. And don't forget Dreamcase. She's always down to lay some lead down into her enemies, so we'll see if that actually happens this game. We're obviously getting the lobby loaded. And again, the stakes for this one are pretty clear. Win and move on to play Bushka in the finals for our World of Wonder tournament here. The game mode, if you guys wanted to play at home, is Assault Training Ground. And very, very exciting map so far. I hope we see some kill streaks this game. We saw the recon scan, but we did not see the nuke. I'm hoping for the nuke. We'll see if we can get that done, but you know, I might be holding my breath before we see one of those, because it looks like a lot of trading going on out there, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Cisco versus Raging Cactus already happen one time in this competition, and now we're going to see it again. Them being on opposite teams probably minimizes the odds that we're going to see any type of nuke happening, but one of them could go absolutely crazy and really pop off. I don't know if there's a possibility that you can get snipers, but both of them would feel pretty comfortable with that weapon in hand, so I'm curious if maybe we see that come into play as well.
I love the call out. I don't know if that's possible, but that's what I would pick if I was out there. Give me the bolty. I don't care. Give me some trick shots. I'm gonna rush you with the Car 98. I don't know if that puts me at a disadvantage. I don't really care. I'm going for the clips. I'm trying to look cool while I'm doing it, right? Even if it gets me a 0.1 KD, nah, no big deal. I'm about that sniper action. So we'll keep an eye out. But Groza seems like most of the players' choice so far. We'll see what else people are using out there. But the automatic rifles seem to be the move. And we saw some Uzis last round as well. And we'll see what the players pick moving into our second match here, which should be kicking off here shortly. What do you think of the map? As far as like the design, not necessarily the the units and the playing, but what do you think of the overall map design?
I thought it flowed really well. It didn't seem like it was too one-sided. The spawns seemed to not really give anybody too big of an advantage either. So it felt like it was very, very competitive across the board. Maybe a couple positions where somebody was caught camping, but to be honest, if you get caught dying to somebody camping, it's because you didn't check your corners. So check your corners and you'll be okay. Hopefully these teams can do that and give their squad a best shot at moving ahead in this competition. Obviously, the fact that Win Squad already down into the lower bracket is a huge advantage for the rest of these teams, especially for whoever's able to come out on top.
Yeah, no big deal to die into camp, and I don't have any issues with that. Check your corners, like Bobby was saying, but with the pace that the game has traveled at so far, there hasn't been a lot of camping. It's been all ahead full. I will say mid has been, or seemingly mid, has been very, very active. Like the same kind of, attack and sight lines were utilized over and over again. The one place, little passageway that I'm hoping to see more action this time was the one where Bushka was hiding in that corner. And he was like behind somebody as they ran by and did not check their corners. I want to see somebody hit that angle and kind of try to work that flank around behind the team. I don't know if that's going to be something we will see, but that's what I'm hoping for this next game. But with that recon scan up and active, you know where your enemy players are. And so that might be why we don't see a whole lot of maneuvering, trying to trick people and, flank them, because they can see you anyways once they pop that recon scan. So we'll see how things shape up here in our second game. But we've got just one player left to wait on here. we'll see if they can, you know, get that map going and hop into the game. But what do you think, Bobby, for, you know, this next game? You went with Dab, right, to move on to Bushka?
Yeah,
right.
I feel like they've got the. I stick with my play. I'm known for cursing teams, so Dab, I apologize in advance for what's about to happen to your team, but I am sticking with Team Dab. I fully believe that they are going to run away with this one, and I'm taking Team Dab in a 30-23 win.
Love that. 30-23. We'll see if that score stands up. I'm going to go 30-26 in favor of the Sources Thieves. And just like that, the 15-minute timer has started, and we are into our second game, the semifinals of the tournament. That will decide who gets the most points here and miles down the track. Nades are out early on in this one. Some angles are trying to be secured. Dav sees an enemy here, and it looks like he has been spotted as well. Here comes the push, and he immediately gets knocked out of his shoes. Not the best push I've seen, but that will be great for the opponents as they put the first point on the board.
And that is the mechanic of TPP that really puts the pressure on the pusher to be incredibly confident, because if you're not hitting that opening shot off of the peeker's advantage, you are going to be absolutely blown away, as we saw out of Dab right there. Two teams tied up at 2 apiece. And as expected, playing pretty passive. That left shoulder peek, not something you're going to see too commonly, but Dab able to make the most of it right there as his team now moves ahead in this one. And oh my God, FaZe is shredding, making it a 3-piece.
Dang, that looks pretty smooth there from FaZe. 5-2 now. Their team out to a quick advantage, 6-2. Will we see a kill streak? No, it looks like they go down 7-3 now. The score is flying up awfully quickly, but I'm thinking that we might have an opportunity for a bit of a kill streak here, as this one does seem to be a little bit more lopsided so far. We'll have to wait and see. P90 seeming like the gun of choice right now in this lobby.
He's back. He's bailing. He's leaving.
Metal says he's lit. Thank you, Metal.
He's trying to help out the squad, but it looks like it has not worked very well, at least for the overall score count. Big shots right there out of FaZe. He has been cooking so far in this one. Actually ends up getting taken down, but the trades are there. Now 15-7. I may have underestimated the dominance that Dab's squad was going to have here. They're up 10 now. They're full sending, full aggro, no camping to be found here. They are all in across the board and continuing to cook. Now 20-8 up.
Man, this is tough. They've got the scan unlocked, the defense tower. Things are looking up here for Dab Plays' squad. They came for some vengeance here, trying to get up that leaderboard. Big lead early on in this one as they connect for another one.
Oh my God.
Happens to be a bit of a trade there. FaZe unable to get it going, but man, 21-9. This looks like a very tall order for Dab, or not for Dab, but for the Sources Thieves.
That's it. Game's
Oh, look at that.
Launch detected. No way. Oh my gosh, Dab got the nuke. Oh my gosh, I didn't think we were gonna see it.
Incredible stuff there from Dabs. I was listening to the celebration. They pick up the nuke, and you know, all of our score predictions were wrong, but boy, was your pick correct. Dabs Desperados coming out in devastating fashion. Not only do they pick up the win, but they do it by a massive margin and pick up a nuke in the process. Bobby, I gotta ask, should Bushka's bandits be afraid? Because that looked pretty scary out of Dab.
I would be terrified, because it's not even like they were going up against scrubs. That's a solid team for the Saurus and his squad right there. But man, oh man, that was just a different level of dominance. That was confidence, and confidence just plays such a huge role in this type of environment. The momentum that they were able to build, there was just no coming back for the Saurus squad. And Bushka and his team are going to have to really be on their A game in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. That was crazy. I mean, it went from 3-2 all the way to 23-9. So just a 20-7 margin there, you know, to kick things off. Really, really impressive stuff there from Dabs and his Desperados. The Source Thieves, you know, they didn't have the greatest showing on this map, but the good news for them is they're going to get to run it back right away in the losers bracket finals against Winsanity, and winner of that will take home 3rd place. But nuclear launch detected. That's always the message that you want to see in any game you're playing, is you get that nuke. That's like, oh yeah, baby, we did our job, and Dabs Desperados did exactly that in game 2.
Yeah, every other team has been put on watch now, so they're the team to beat, and they needed to pick up a nice chunk of points. Obviously, 1st place is far from guaranteed for them at this point, but you're moving into a grand finals with a lot of confidence. We do still have to have our 3rd place matchup as well to decide how many points are going to get divvied up between our teams, but he's definitely helped put his squad in a position to win right here, and we'll see if they can close things out in the grand finals. Obviously, first, we got to get that 3rd place matchup between Team Winsanity and Team Thesaurus.
Absolutely. So 3rd place matchup coming up, and remember, the 3rd place will take home 7 miles to add to their total. Not a ton, so this isn't like a hugely impactful event, but that is, 15 miles is for 1st place. So again, 3rd place match is going to be for 7 miles. 4th place will get 4, so a difference of 3 there if you win. That might be a big deal to, the 3rd place team. We'll see. And then on the 1st and 2nd, which will be coming up afterwards, 15 miles versus 10 miles. So again, points to all of the teams. They'll all be picking up some distance on that track. But boy, oh boy, we'll see if another kill streak can be had. We can pick up that nuke. But impressive showing from Dabs Desperados in game number 2. They are eyeballing that 15 miles. They need it to head up the tracks. And I think the good news, Bobby, is Wim's Wild Bunch, who has won everything so far, they are in the losers bracket, so they will not be putting a gap between 2 of the other teams at a minimum. So there will be some ground gained here, which still leaves hope for maybe a comeback in games 4 and potentially even 5 if we can make it that far.
Yeah, no question about it. The most they could possibly gain in this 3rd place matchup is 3 points over whatever the bottom place team is going to be. So 15 points for that top placing squad. Definitely going to be really nice. Obviously, not quite as much as what we saw Win and his team pick up in that first matchup of the day. But at this point, you will take absolutely anything that you can get. And especially as these teams get more familiar with the format and how everything's going to flow in this one, they're probably going to start to build on the momentum the same way that we saw Dab's team do right there.
100%. So we are getting ready for our finals. We've got the 3rd place and 4th place game happening first. And that will be Wim's Wild Bunch taking on Thesaurus' Thieves. Any predictions for that one, Bobby? Obviously, we saw a really close game in our first affair for Wim's Wild Bunch. Thesaurus' Thieves got smacked, but do you think that maybe it was just a poor showing and they went up against a really strong team in Dabs Desperados? Who do you have in our 3rd place game?
I think you got to lean toward Win's team, despite the fact that they didn't look at their best in that first matchup. It was very close all the way through, which you can't really say to be true for Team Thesaurus. So they're coming into this one probably not in the best mental place, and with how one-sided that one looked, I would be surprised if we didn't see at least them going off to an initial disparity, but we'll see what they can do. It looks like Win and his squad going to sit back and let the game come to them, and there's Cisco finding first blood onto PG.
I agree with your call here. I'm going to take the same side instead of the opposing one for this one. Win's team just looked too efficient. They went trade for trade in that first game, had no issues in putting up points, whereas you can't say the same for the Thesaurus' Thieves. That doesn't mean they're out of things by any means. It's just my opinion. This choke point here, though, seems to be an absolutely crucial one. Win holding it down effectively as they hop out to a 6-2 lead. We're seeing very similar performance right now to the Thesaurus' Thieves as we saw in game number 1. That's not what they're hopeful for. They gotta try to close that gap.
I've got my corner.
Yeah, and you're definitely not trying to get nuked 2 times in a row. That would just be absolutely devastating for team morale heading into those later maps in the competition. More shots going through. Cody's able to land a couple, and he picks up yet another kill as that lead continues to build. Now up 8-4. Win pretty low on HP, but staying alive, sitting back, playing for the frags. And once again, the passive approach definitely paying off right here. As I think we already had one scan popped off. Not sure who that was. I believe Cisco picking up some early kills.
Absolutely. I wanted to see Cody on that little beachhead. He pushed forward in this corridor right here and got to the window. That seems to be a beautiful overlook into mid on the opposing side. Very challenging to get there. You essentially have to win a 1v1 fight and then secure that position and also kind of open up the backside to the stairwell. But if you can get there and hold the position, makes it difficult to be pushed potentially. So I want to see if a team can actually secure that. But right now, the strategy for Dream, Metalcore, and Thesaurus seems to be hide and spawn. I could be mistaken here, but they're playing very, very passively, and it's not working out for them on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Playing passive is one thing, but especially if you don't have the confidence to do so, it's usually not going to work out in your favor. It's got to be a strategic passive play rather than just being afraid of those gunfights, and that's what it's looked like so far for them. Shots going out for Metal right there as he's looking to close the gap, and Dr. Chemist swapping to the FPP, maybe a little bit more advantageous in the close range engagements, especially when you're not trying to work around that third-person peak advantage. So looks like for the time being, they will continue to build on that lead. Now up 13-6, and Win going to be able to pick up another.
This is an exciting. Absolutely. 14-6 now the lead. Things going well for Win's Wild Bunch as they strive to secure those 7 points that are outstanding for the third place finisher. Right now, doubling up the score of the Thesaurus' Thieves. And like you were saying with the passive gameplay, it's got to be more of a deliberate, push to a certain extent, be conservative with the push and hold angles. Whereas right now, the whole team is chilling behind the same box, structure. And you've got 3 players kind of all sitting in the same spot. And right now, Win's Wild Bunch just able to hold these angles, push to where they want to get to. They've got Overwatch. This is a very, very good performance from Win's Wild Bunch. They're up 19-7 right now. There may be a kill streak in motion. We might see another nuke here.
Yeah, Win's on 4 right there. He is going to get taken down. I think maybe one other player. Yeah, it's Cody working on streaks as well, but with only 9 kills remaining, looking like more than likely just semantics at this point, as it looks like it is not the mode of choice for Thesaurus PG and his squad. They're getting absolutely demolished in this one. Doubled up on 22-11 right here, and it looks like smooth sailing is Thesaurus PG going to get taken down again.
I think Win's Wild Bunch has thrown caution out the window. They are now pushing into spawn. All 3 of them just gorilla peeking everything. They don't care. They're just going for carnage at this point, and they are obtaining it 25-12, now 25-13. 5 more elims remain for Win to secure 3rd place over the Thesaurus squad. This is tough right now to watch for the Thesaurus Thieves. They're going to be excited to get back to Battle Royale.
Yeah, no question about it. Continuing to double up. Those nades go out. Unfortunately for Raging Cactus, he's going to get taken down by the defense tower right there. They're doing their best to get rid of it, but just prolonging the inevitable at this point as Win continues to just cruise through the map. Spots out another player right there. Another one drops. Make it one more. Metal picks up one for himself, but they are just completely trapped in a box right now, trying to escape that spawn trap, and that's going to be Winsanity picking up the MVP.
Impressive performance from Win's Wild Bunch there. I thought he was going to get that 3-piece to end things off in dramatic fashion. They're unable to come through. Unsure if it was spawn protection kind of helping him out, but just dominant performance from Win's Wild Bunch there. And I don't know if it was an underperformance from Thesaurus that they lost those 2 games pretty handily, or if Win's team just turned it up a notch to secure that 3rd place. But one thing's for sure, we know our 3rd and 4th ranked teams, and now it's up to Dabs Desperados and Bushka's Bandits to duke it out for the top 2. That'll be coming up in just a few moments, but first, I'm sure we have a replay. We can kind of review some of this action. What stood out to you, Bobby, is kind of the most notable thing from our Game 3?
I mean, it was really the map control from Win's squad and the way that they dominated the high ground, the way that they forced Thesaurus and his squad back into those spawns. Once they were kind of stuck back there, you can use the utility to suppress, give yourself the advantage in the rest of the gunfights, and they really didn't have any effective way of making their way out. So it was very well executed game plan out of Win's squad. Does kind of leave me guessing what we're going to see in that final matchup. Was it Dab Squad dominating because of how good they were, or was the Saurus Squad just not up to the task today? And it may end up being a lot closer than I think people will expect heading into this one.
Absolutely. So I'm excited to see what happens in our first place final here. Again, remember 15 train miles are on the line for our winner. Second place is going to pick up 10, and that's going to be a big deal for both of these teams. They're trying to claw their way back in to this contest because Wins Wild Bunch, they won our first 2 maps essentially today. They had a lot of points, a massive lead on our second, third, and fourth place teams. Everyone's trying to claw their way back into this, so it's not going to be Win taking home the title here in our third game. Somebody else is going to do it. It's going to be Dab. It's going to be Bushka's Bandits. Who's going to secure that 15 points? Give me your official prediction, though, Bobby. Who is it going to be? You've been on point so far with the call-outs here on our TVM game mode. Who's it going to be here in our first place match?
I mean, you got to go Team Dab. The man dropped a nuke. He's got all the confidence in the world heading into this grand finals. There's no reason to expect that we're going to see anything different out of him, and I'm fully expecting it's not just going to be passive play. It's going to be him full sending it down the middle and seeing how many players he can take with him.
I think he's going to send it down the middle, but he's going to meet a buzzsaw. It's going to be a defensive turret. It's going to be an M249 on a stand, honing in on him. He's going to be sent back to the lobby. It's going to be Winsanity and his Wild Bunch taking home the title. Or not Winsanity, but Bushka's Bandits in this one, taking home the title in this one. And I am so excited to see if that actually comes to fruition. They've got the gun skill. We'll see if they can actually get it done. But Dab's really impressive first showing. They picked up the one and only nuke that we've seen so far, but I'm going to take the other side of the coin here and see if we can will on Bushka's Bandits to victory. That's my thoughts, but we'll see how it actually pans out. First and second place coming up in just a moment. Do you have any strategic advice based on what you've seen so far? Obviously, we've seen that high ground corridor in the middle of the bridge with the windows. Do you think that's an area that teams should focus on controlling, or is that kind of a little bit of a meat grinder that they should maybe steer clear of?
I think you definitely want to control it. I think teams could do a better job of using utility to kind of force the opposition back and maybe try to get some more mid control rather than just trying to hold the stairway side. So we'll see if maybe we see more of that utility coming out, not necessarily just even the nades, but flashes and everything else to try to give yourself an advantage in those gunfights. We do see the P90s coming out once again, and both teams opting to take that top side position to see if they can find an advantage off the start in this one.
Oh, great peek there from Bushka, getting the 2-0 lead already. Dab, as mentioned, comes barreling down just like you said he would. And just like I said, he was going to meet the mean end of some lead, and, you know, he does just that. So, nice start here for Bushka's squad. FaZe, though, had a great start in his first game today. He's off to another good one here this round.
Yep, he's going to get traded by Yamna, but 3 kills on the board already for Team Bushka. So, they have taken that early advantage, maybe trying to capitalize on some overconfidence out of Team Dab. Right now, the util not connecting right here. The smoke's going to slow things down pretty substantially, and no opportunities being given. But we do see the nade go across, and Dab going to pick up one onto Icy, looking to push up to find a couple more.
That was a beautiful job there from Dab and his squad. They were able with smokes and Molotovs to corral the other team into the same area and then take them down with grenades. Wow, a beautiful slide. Gets the finish. Yamna, that has to be my player to watch, Bobby. Yamna Gaming impressed me in game number 1. A 10-kill MVP performance. She is on it again here in game 2. 5-4. It's anyone's game right now. It looks like we're going to see a nail-biter here for our second game.
Now, a little bit surprised we haven't seen more usage of that slide mechanic, especially to get Peeker's advantage. A lot of opportunity for that to find value. Yamna's already on a 4 spree right here. Peeking again. Not going to be able to find the opening kill, and Slide doesn't find anything for her either. But on the opposite side, that's going to be Bushka playing a cheeky angle to pick up one for himself. This is a big early lead for Team Bushka.
Oh, Yamna was getting peeked. I think FaZe was able to finish her off. The streak comes to an end, but Yamna sending the team out to a 12-5 early lead here. This is really impressive. Bushka and his bandits are out to a dominant 13-5 lead. They're looking very, very strong right now. The whole team contributing, and they were starting this game. Speaking of passive play, we saw that last game where it was more like fear, right? You're just kind of waiting and hiding. These guys are playing passive, but they're holding angles, and they're making sure to do it in a tactical way where if people push them, it's going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, no question about it. They've executed on their game plan really well. Now up 14-7. And once again, controlling that mid lane, so crucial. Icy flicking on to Dab. They're continuing to build on this lead. More shots across mid as Aries looking to stay alive. Wrapping the corners, FaZe to pick up 2. And that's a big dent in the lead that's been built so far, now down to 6.
FaZe's got a streak going. I just saw FaZe completed a quadruple shot. Little notification up there, but Yamna takes him down. Streak ends. Those two seem to have a little rivalry going this game right now. Yamna versus FaZe. Both of them seem to be kind of MVP performers for their team. And I gotta say, Aries has been pretty impressive as well so far. Getting into some little fun fights. There's that slide mechanic. Yamna taking down Aries on the defense there. Is successful. Takes down Yamna, who's been very, very good so far today.
Just sitting in their spawn.
And that lead not looking quite as comfortable anymore. Only 3 kills now between the two teams as Dab and his squad slowly chipping away. FaZe's played a big role in that so far. 6 of the team's 16 kills. Pretty fat percentage right there as he looks to pick up another. The pre-fire connects, but not enough for the kill. Once again, both teams looking to control the mid lane, but Aries a beam onto Icy, and another kill goes through as the lead now only 2.
That was easy.
That's really impressive from Aries. He's got the defense tower unlocked. He should be able to drop that little defensive structure onto the ground here shortly. We'll see where that ends up, but it was made good use of last game, and this game has really tightened up as we head into the back half of it. 10 minutes still remain, but the first to 30 will secure your WoW TDM championship here. This is the Assault Training Ground mode, and 24-21, 25-21 now. Bushka, again, surging back into the lead. Yamna Gaming up to 10 elims right now. She's crushing it.
Yeah, she is tearing up the lobby, doing everything she can to hold on to that lead. She's going to be able to pick up another one. Dab drops, has a scan at her use as well. Cooking the nade right here. Not going to connect, but once again, the lead's been built to a place where they can comfortably cruise through the rest of this one. Aries doing his best to try to avoid the inevitable, but they've got to go 8-0 to close out this one to have a chance. And right now, it seems like it should be pretty easy for Bushka and his squad to wait this one out.
It's over. That's my bold prediction. It's just like that. Yamna Gaming with their second MVP in a row. 12 elims. And just like that, Bushka's Bandits will be your TDM champs here on the World of Wonder game mode. That was really, really impressive. Dabs Desperados played a valiant game there. Just came up a little bit short, and that one final score 30-22. What'd you think of our final there, Bobby?
I was impressed. Yamna certainly seems like a TDM specialist because she was cooking the lobby. 12 kills out of a potential 30 is an absurd number, especially to put up against that level of competition. Absolutely no question she was the MVP. And in a lot of positions where she was very isolated as well, not just sitting back and playing trades, but taking those 1v1s and winning them so many of the times.
Yeah, what I was most impressed with was just the mechanics, the slide peaks, the reversals, the flip shots, the flick shots. It was really impressive all the way around from her. And 10 elims in the first match, 12 in the second. That's an absurd amount of kills, like you were saying. I mean, to put it in perspective, if you get 7 or 8, you're doing your fair share on this map if you get the full 30. And Yamna was doing well over that. So again, shout out to her, shout out to Bushka and the team. Fate's having a good game as well. ICIOS chipping in, Bushka doing his job as the IGL. Loved what I saw out of them, and Dabs Desperados got some points here, but they came up just a bit short in this one. So we'll have to tally up the scores and see how that affects our overall standings, Bobby. But what do you expect here after this World of Wonder mode as we move into our fourth map, which again, will be back on Erangel in our theme game mode?
I mean, the thing for Win and his squad is you picked a good mode to not do your best because it's only a maximum of 15 points that can be gained right here, and they gained that from a single challenge in the first map. So even though you don't really want to go at a big deficit in this one, you're only down, I believe, 8 points from first place down to third. So it's not the end of the world for them. If you're Team Bushka, you're happy with the way that you performed. Hopefully this will put them in a little bit more comfortable place in the standing, but more than likely still going to have a long way to go to catch up to Team Winsanity.
You're absolutely right. And just like you were saying, you know, this is a good one to drop. I mean, you can't win them all, right? It's a battle royale game. It's a shooting game. You can't win every single game. It's just not reasonable to expect. So if you weren't going to win one, maybe the one where there's just a delta of 7 or 8 points, we'll take that one for sure. But let's go ahead and check out those rankings for our World of Wonder game mode and see how these squads shaped up. Obviously, we know Bushka's team won the title here. 15 total miles are going to be added to their train as it cruises a bit further down the tracks, where Dabs Desperados picks up 10 wins, while Bunch picks up 7, and the Saurus' Thieves, again, not their best showing, but they still got some points. So not all is lost in this one. Those are your match rankings, Bobby, and obviously things are going to tighten up a bit on the overalls.
Yeah, no question about it. Taking a look at the overall rankings, as expected, Team Win still maintaining that top position and doing it by pretty convincing margin. The rest of the 3 teams only separated by a total of 2 points right now. And you got to think that has to make Win and his squad feel pretty good. Obviously, you would like to be able to close things out next map, but it's going to take a near perfect map. What they would need 47 points, if I'm not mistaken, and that's about what they had map number 1. I don't think it's going to be something that's easy to replicate, though.
It won't be easy to replicate, but look at it this way, right? They were able to complete all of their challenges. All that means is they need to be a bit more active in doing so. They need 2 more elims to actually hit that benchmark, right? And the interesting thing is we don't necessarily know what some of these challenges are going to be yet. And what if the challenge is going to lead them to another squad to perhaps eliminate them as part of that challenge, right? If that's the case, those 2 elim points could easily fall into their laps, and lo and behold, Win's team secures the 47 that they need to clear the bar. Remember, 125 points is the top score. That's what you need, and the event will end magically. Just like that, we're done. Everybody goes home. They take their ball. They're out of here. But Win's hoping to do it with $5,000 in their backpack. And to do that, they just need to be the first team to clear that 125 points. Let's go ahead and check out our third UC giveaway hint. It's on screen right now. The word is has. If you missed our first 2 hints, you could probably rewind the broadcast, but at the end of the broadcast, you can combine all 4 hints that will be going out to create a secret passphrase, and you can redeem that for UC to be delivered right to your in-game mailbox. Get your favorite in-game gear, loot, etc. by participating in our UC giveaway. Best of luck to all of you guys. Write that sucker down. Get your pencils, get your screenshots out, all good to go. So with that, we transition back to Battle Royale, back to our themed game mode on Erangel. Got map number 4 coming up next. Bobby, is it going to be difficult for these teams to kind of like get rid of that TDM mindset, that aggressive, like, let's go, full send, we're going to respawn? Now they maybe will respawn, but it's just like once, you know?
Yeah, it does take a little bit of a mental reset. You don't want to take a huge risk off the start of the game and then end up completely wiped off the board, especially if your team wins sanity. You don't want to risk this going to a map 5. You want to put this away as quickly as possible. And now they definitely have a target on their backs. I would not be surprised if we see those other teams seeing Team Win in the feed, trying to get aggressive, trying to shut them down early, because if you can take them completely out of the equation, not only does that leave more challenge points on the board, but that prevents them from progressing at all in the competition.
Absolutely. It's a great point. I gotta throw out one more random thing. We're just getting ready to drop in here to our 4th map. Again, we are Erangel today. I think a team might need to target Win and make it difficult for him. I'm just saying, they know that he's way out in front right now. They need to make it difficult for him, complete the challenges at the same time, which could be a tall order because they've got to get it to a 5th map, right? We're in map 4 right now. We got to get to a 5th map and then also perform really well there, complete all the challenges. So basically every other team essentially is tied for 44, 44, 42 right now for the other squads. They're all in the exact same spot looking way up at Wynn's Wild Bunch, and it's going to take a big performance from them 2 maps in a row to have a shot here. So I think all eyes have got to be on Wynn's Wild Bunch in this game. We'll see if anybody can get in their way, but all things looking pretty good as they chug their way down the tracks towards victory. So we'll see what happens here, Bobby. Give me a prediction, though. What do you think happens here in map number 4? Is it going to be Wynn or is it going to be somebody else?
I don't think that they're going to come out on top in this one just because they do have that massive target on their back. I think that they are going to get targeted to a degree, even if it's not by the other creator squads. I think some of the other outlaws may be looking for glory and try to take them down as well. So,
right, guys, get ready.
I would not be surprised to see some early deaths. Obviously, they're going to want to win this as quickly as possible. So there's a possibility that they could take some additional risks there as well.
Concentrate.
Wait, there's no people.
Makes sense. I actually do like Wynn in this game. I just don't think that he'll have enough to get the finish here. I think they're going to be in first as far as the round goes, but I don't think they're going to secure the points. That's my question. Hot drop in this play here for Metalcore. The Saurus' Thieves looking to get that momentum built back up after a lackluster WoW performance, and all kinds of people dropping at Aetherholm here, and we'll see if Wins, or excuse me, we'll see if Metalcore is able to get. Oh wow, look at this!
Oh my!
It's popping up.
All right, we're gonna have a lot of deaths right here. I see Win in the mix right there. Shots going out across. Icy's gonna drop. Bushka finds one for himself. It is pure chaos. Everybody knows that those challenges are going to center on this train station. They want to get that early control, and it is pure chaos through and through as Icy taken down. Looks like that second kill going to go through as well. And we're already down to 30 players remaining. Dab going to drop as well.
I only saw those.
Tough start for a few players. That's okay, though. Aries still looking strong here as this map starts. Yamna, I'm curious to see if she just is going beast mode this game or what, because she had a crazy TDM. We'll take a peek over at her POV right now. She is moving around better than I've ever seen her in any of these competitions, so big props to her as she continues to excel on the gameplay side of things. Look at the nade. It comes out. Is it going to connect?
Oh my gosh, it's Yamna.
I know who did connect, and that is, you hear Winsanity say, oh my gosh, and it is Yamna dealing the pain.
Watch out.
Oh, this is great. I'm loving it. She's on the come up.
Could be deadly right here. Win down. I don't think we've seen any of his teammates taken out, but gotta be careful here. FaZe's gonna drop at the hands of Fitz right here. He's right on that opposite side, and it looks like they should be able to get the res onto Bushka. Win gonna get revived as well. Nade's going out across, and lava coming out of it right there, but not going to deal any damage. Players flying back in is once again pure chaos in this one, and trying to play their lives. I can't believe Dr. Chemist is pushing out off of that. Not a whole lot of HP to work with. Trying to come out on top, and he's gonna drop.
Come on, how did he land?
Oh no, and Win goes down as well. Even with the damage that Dr. Chemist supplied, they went for that 2v1 push, just hoping that they would overwhelm the opponent, and it didn't work out for him. So Winsanity,
I didn't have the best on it.
they're not having the start they were hoping for. They're all alive, as Win was just saying. But again, they're looking to build that momentum and put the stamp on their victory here in this game, but it's not starting off great for them.
Yeah, already down to 28 players on the battlefield. We continue to see players drop as Dr. Chem is taken out from Win's squad. You do still have those revives, but
there's a team at the train station.
Means you have to play a lot more cautiously now than you normally would have been able to, and probably not going to be in ideal position trying to play for those challenges either, given that most of them have centered on that train station. They are very far removed right now. They're going to have to find their way back through, more than likely, some very well-kitted teams.
All right, let's get looted and then missions.
Sorry, I was a little bit distracted.
Did we get any kills?
No, I could not. I got the Uzi and no vest and a helmet. I kept on running around for Is anyone at my mark? Win? Do you hear or see anyone?
Yes, there's a team there. Yeah, don't go.
Looks like the squad trying to kind of regather right here, make sure that they've got what they need as they progress through the map. Dab plays in his team, coming off the back of a second place in that TDM. Not going to find a whole lot right here.
Metal.
It looks like we continue to have kills back toward train station right here. Is
then they'll announce
Papa PG and his squad looking to make the most of an opportunity, and now the challenges make their way onto the board.
Here comes the challenges, Bobby. Let's see what we got. There's Wee, which is, as a team, have all living members ride the Cyclone Coaster. So that's pretty fun. You can go do that outside of combat, ride the roller coaster. You can visit the Eid al-Adha to enjoy kebabs, right? And snap some group photos there. So teams will go check that out. There's parkour, which is having all of their team members use the railing to get from one end of the cargo hub to another. There's next stop, which in this case, they're going to have to, let's see here. Where is next stop? It's all living team members ride the express train together for at least 2 consecutive station stops. So very, very easy to complete that one. And then all aboard is have all of the team members ride the train from Aetherholm to the cargo hub or vice versa. So basically, 2 of these challenges can be completed by just hopping on the train and riding for a while.
Yeah, we don't have any kill-based challenges, no revive-based challenges. So realistically, this should be some of these teams' best chance to open up that final 15-point challenge and actually give yourself a chance to have a huge game. We'll see what they can do right here as we've got our Titans traversing the map. Definitely one of the fastest ways to do that. And both teams trying to get to those hot spots before the remaining teams. That's priority number 1. Just knowing that you want to get that 8 points every time somebody else gets there before you. That's points lost for you and points gained for them.
100%. This is a race to get these challenges done. This Titans struggling a little bit. Dreamcase stopping for a little bit of a breather. And here we got the coaster already in play. Let's see if Metalcore can hop on. It does look like, let's see, for all living members have to ride the Cyclone Coaster, so everyone needs to be here. Real Dream, we're waiting on you.
Dream's not on.
50 meters away, but probably feels like forever, knowing that other teams are likely closing in on this destination, especially given the fact that it is already outside zone. I believe they've got to complete the roller coaster,
Is there a cargo
and it looks
nearby?
like they already did it right there. So they're going to go ahead and get those points locked in, and
just
like that,
at one time.
it's that much less opportunity for the opposing team to pick up points.
Look at the photo op there. That was perfect. They had the mid-air roller coaster jump. You know, they don't have you know, that dangerous of a photo at some of the theme parks I've been to, but I liked it nonetheless. I will say the fact that Dream took a little bit of her time with that Titan to arrive on scene, that cost their team 2 points.
Hey, let's go to this cargo hub.
Right? Like the Saurus' squad was there first with the exception of her, and then all of a sudden one of the other squads was able to complete that challenge before them. So we'll see if that matters on the overall leaderboard, but every little second counts when it comes to getting these challenges done.
Yep. And now for the remaining teams who haven't knocked it out, only maximum 4 points remaining. So as you can see, the Saurus squad trying to knock out a couple more parkour. Next stop, all aboard, still remaining. It looks like they're going to make their way to that train stop to try to get one of those knocked out, if not both.
Yes, we do that. We do that one. But look at the one.
I want to listen to what they're planning.
As a team, have all living members ride from Aetherholm to cargo hub or vice versa.
How does that work? Because the train stops. It doesn't work. You see what I'm trying to say, Metal?
Yeah. There's only a single track.
Exactly.
Maybe some maybe some conflict in the IGLing right there. Wins Wild Bunch, knocks out Wee, and Bushka's Bandits do the same, as it looks like none of the teams really having much of an issue making their way to the roller coaster and hopefully having some fun doing it. Still,
I'm loving that screenshot opportunity. The jumping roller coaster where all the players are just floating in the middle of the air. I think that's great. Get a little screenshot.
Okay. Alrighty.
Post that on socials. You can hear Metal IGLing from the back seat here. The challenges are what are important. You're absolutely right. They got to get those done.
Use the tie-in once our tie-ins refresh and go against them because they might be camping.
Looks like they're just trying to time everything right. Don't want to take any risks where you might encounter some campers on the inside of the train and maybe a stray audio cue giving something away right here.
Yeah, you're right.
Win looking out. Their squad's the only one who has not completed we yet. Obviously, only 2 points remaining right there. Less than ideal, and more than likely is going to mean that they will need that 15-point bonus at the end if they're going to have a chance at closing things out on map number 4.
One car going to.
You know, the interesting thing with Win's team, as far as like maintaining their margin here, they really just need to complete the challenge at some point and try to prevent the other teams from winning the final stop challenge. As long as they can win that one, that'll prevent too much of ground being gained from any of the other squads. So I think they'll still prioritize the Wii challenge. That sounds strange to say in a sentence, but at the end of the day, if they can get to the final stop and win that one, I think they'll be pretty happy.
Yeah, no question about it. They're gonna ride the rails across right here, get this one knocked out as well.
All right,
looks like that is
parkour
for players. Parkour off the board, and now only 2 challenges remain. Getting those knocked out early, and neither of them having been completed yet, makes it that much more of an opportunity for them to climb those leaderboards.
So that's good.
Both of those are just riding the train as well. So we'll see if they can actually complete this. Looks like one of them is riding to Aether Home from the cargo hub.
Uh-oh.
We got a fight breaking out here. Win's Wild Bunch does complete week, so all teams now have completed the roller coaster ride.
Bushka cooking a nade, perfectly positioned right there. I don't think he's going to be able to get the knock.
Oh, he gets it.
Big time kill right there. Trying to clean up the rest of this so they can take control of the train, but it's going to be a Babe Uniform Warrior taking him down right there. Dab plays in his squad on the other side. He's going to get knocked. Has a self-res to work with, but one teammate taken down completely.
All it says is all surviving, right? So we can still complete this.
Man, the Outlaw squads rolled up and played spoiler right there. Took down one team.
Oh my god.
And then the other one's wiped, or not wiped, but they get one player. Now, you heard the teammates kind of mentioning it's just all surviving members. So they don't need 4 to complete the challenges. They just need everyone that's living still. So FaZe is out of it at this point, but that's okay. Dab, Aries, and Angry Hoser can still complete the challenges.
One train going to the...
Yeah, and that sets them up well. Doesn't put huge pressure for you to be able to get a revive. And they can ride this one out. Obviously, biggest issue, watching out for other teams trying to do the same. It may not hurt your odds of completing the challenge, but it certainly is going to hurt your odds of winning a gunfight going into it 3v4. So got to be uber aware of everything happening on the surroundings right here, and that's what these guys are doing.
Chat, I genuinely think Dream is trying to make sure we lose, chat. This is crazy.
So Dream's still dragging a little bit.
They changed the challenges. Have any member of your team use the ODM gear to successfully land? I just did that. I just successfully landed on a train. Wait, let me do it again. Let me do it again. I did it.
Oh, look at this. This is clutch for Metal.
Claim it. Train hopper. Claim train hopper. Claim train hopper.
I did it too. Yeah, I just did it.
All right.
Have all
get a brand new challenge right there.
Have all living team members ride the express train together for 2 stops.
And that means only one more challenge for them. They could potentially unlock that 15-pointer pretty quickly here.
Oh, did you
Absolutely. They just need to get to another stop. I think they've been to 1 so far. And they really need to get to that next stop. And if they do, they're going to be able to unlock the final stop challenge, which, again, I believe is going to be worth 15 points. Obviously, that could change. But our first map, we did see the final stop, and it was 15 points. So, again, massive opportunity here for Thesaurus. And there is the final stop for Dab Plays.
They're following you. They don't know I'm still here.
What's the task?
All right.
Angry, you need a res, Angry.
They're waiting to find out what the task is going to be.
Eventually, that's right. But us completing that turned off the challenge.
For the time being, they can just chill on the train and try to farm kills off of other teams looking to do the same challenge.
So importantly, all of the challenges that everyone's completing
with me? Come on.
are over. They can no longer collect challenge points. So whoever did that first gets all of the challenge points that they were able to secure. And now we see the final stop challenge for 15 points is Highway Heist, and only one squad can do that. It is while all living members of your team are on board a train, have any member solve the puzzle box.
They keep changing it.
I think somebody was just at the puzzle box, were they not?
I thought so too.
Already, but I solved it already.
Yeah, it's already solved.
We'll claim it.
It should be a points, right? If you think.
Oh.
Check the next train. The next train is coming.
Oh man, I'm waiting to see who claims this. I don't know.
I don't. I assume that they completed it, but maybe.
I just hear panic in everyone's voice.
Sure. Yeah, panic. And
just panic.
Have all living members of your
that's
team
what's going on
board a train. Have any members.
All right. Well, everybody's about to start sprinting at the train, and I'm assuming it's going to be pure chaos whenever everybody arrives.
We have to be.
We've heard 3 different players now say, "I was literally just doing this."
Get off and go. Aries, get off and go get him. I'm gonna go get this car.
Okay. I come in.
I still, my favorite thing so far tonight has been watching the Titans kneel down and their head kind of sticking into the top of the frame, like upside down, looking at you. I think it's hilarious.
Yeah. I don't know. Have we seen Win Squad soon? I don't know what their progress on this is looking like right now, but we definitely
But Daisy's gonna
need to get an idea of if they have a chance at completing this one, as nobody's been able to really knock it out yet, despite multiple teams seemingly in position to do so, and nobody seems to be in much of a hurry. Win's just chilling outside his zone and maybe trying to figure out what the best angle to take this is. It looks like they've got a spot figured out, getting all the squad together, and now looking to make the push toward the train.
I guess just get in our.
No, I was speaking with you.
I was trying to look at the map to see where they're even at. Oh, they're on the left side there. I was looking for. There's so many trains moving around. It's like, what? What is going to pick up my eyeballs here? But yeah, they're going for that train. It's going to be coming to a stop here shortly. We'll see if they can catch it and get all of their members there and unlock that puzzle box.
Please be empty as well.
And it looks like it's not going to depart without them. So, assuming they can get inside without anybody contesting right here, they should be set up and good to go.
Okay, it's locked. It's locked.
Well, what a turn of events this would be. Winsanity coming out of the shadows to take the...
Tell me when.
No way. Everybody's there.
The question is, how many challenges did they get knocked out before this one was unlocked? It looks like they're going to be able to get it right there, and Win's Wild Bunch picks up their second 15-pointer right there. Depending on how they finish this game, that could be enough for them to close out the competition.
There's 26 still remaining. So, I mean, there's points on the board for them to secure. They've gotten 15 and some change. They are in the running here to get this event done on this map. Now, I said that they'd win this round, but fall a little bit short. I still think that's likely to be the case because they only secured, I think, 2 points for We. They did complete it, but it wasn't the 8 or 6 that some of the other squads got. And, you know, we'll see how they completed some of the others. I think Dab and the Desperados ended the challenges before Win was able to secure all of them. So, again, missing some points for sure so far. But, man, they got to be happy with picking up another final stop challenge.
Yeah, no question about it. Automatically puts them in a position where at bare minimum they can close things out next game. And right now, goal's just got to be to farm as many kills as possible. So I'm fully anticipating they get aggressive right here and maybe try to get some drive-by kills onto some of these squads to see how much they can tack on the board. Obviously, the opposing team is going to be looking to do the same. There's no more point challenges to be gained, so it's really all about the kills at this point for all these teams.
I think
Absolutely. I gotta give a quick shout out to the devs too. You know, I think putting the train tracks on the ground here would have been like the easy play, but I love the fact that they're suspended and they're bridges. It makes for such a more dynamic like ability to have verticality, hide behind the pillars. Like there's so many more cool engagements that they can have with those bridges kind of up in the air like that. So I think that's really cool. Makes for a bit more exciting gameplay than having everything just like smack on the ground there.
Yep. No question about it. Lots of different elements to what this brings, especially for people just playing the game mode casually, not in a tournament, and just trying to have a good time with the boys, finding some kills. See what these teams can pull away with at the end right here as we do finally start to see some of those kills come through. Houston, another one of those outlaws that we've seen constantly in the kill feed all day. Obviously, we may have forgotten a little bit about some of them as we were in our TDM tournament, but now back into play and definitely going to have a big impact on the rest of this one. Is the Thesaurus PG looking to get aggressive with his Titan, and he's got a lot of damage done to that vehicle, very little HP remaining, and he continues to dish out the damage. He didn't see a player right behind the tree right there?
Yeah, he hit him once and then just stopped paying attention to him. I don't know if he's afraid of getting knocked or what the story is, maybe playing a little bit passively here, but you gotta wonder. I felt like they definitely had the advantage. Everyone was running from him, and you know, when, you know, in a movie where everybody's running, screaming the other direction, you know, the bad guy's usually gonna win that fight. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think Thesaurus should have kept his foot on the gas there a little bit.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, especially, I mean, any of these teams outside of Win Squad, like, you got to close that gap, and only way you can do it at the end of this one is to just farm as many kill points as possible. So, missed opportunity, Win in his team, I believe, going toe-to-toe with Dab Squad, and
Win called out that there was people on the train. Okay, he did see him. I was like, does he see FaZe behind the tree? He does, but does he see the other team member up on the bridge? Man, FaZe just gives himself up right there. Made it very easy for Win. No one able to return fire right now, so a free one for Win. They're looking to pick up as many elims as possible. Right now, just one for Win, and that's probably not going to be enough to get it done this game. Good shots coming in from Suloji there, taking down Dab on the way by on the train. So
Sorry, I thought you fell off. Sorry.
Look at that kill feed on Ares' screen. That's big and pronounced, and
where's
you're not
Ares?
gonna miss a knock on this man's screen.
I'm just about 2 guys.
Yeah, there's kill shot once again. We've seen him at the end of every single game farming those kills. Back at it here, trying to play spoiler for the rest of these teams.
No more heals.
And as long as he's alive, nobody is safe.
Yep, there you go. Take that water.
Absolutely. It seems like him and Houston Kingboy, like you were saying, they've been the two standout outlaws so far. I think they're on the same team, too. I'm not 100% sure on that, but they have been wreaking havoc for the rest of the lobby right now. FaZe missing out on the end of the game there, wiped by Win a moment ago. Dab plays will have to get it done with 3 here, but they can do it. They're still trying to round up some loot and get to zone. You heard Dab say a moment ago that he is out of heals completely. He's trying to pick some up there before they get into this final
circle.
circle.
And get the heck out of here.
Yep.
Looks like he's got eyes on somebody right there. They may get into zone and look to hold.
I'll be a time to help you. Let's
once again have the Giants traversing the map, and this time Thesaurus thinking about getting aggressive right there, but he's gonna get knocked out of the Giant, and this time not gonna look to get back into the action off of that one. This time it's Metalcore throwing some absolute force fields at them, and he's gonna be able to get one onto Houston Kingboy. One of those crucial players, if they can get this squad wiped, could be huge not only for them, but for the rest of the lobby as well.
Oh, I want to listen into Metal. He is freaking out right now over the knock on Houston. We'll see if they can follow up and pick one up.
Just 2 people right here.
I'm gonna get my Titan back again, but it's hard.
Another Molly. That's 2 down. That's 2 down. We need your help. A knock.
Oh, Metal's going to town, man.
He is not messing around one bit. 2 down already, looking to clean up the rest of them. Dab plays dropping in the feed as well. And they're trying to cover all of these angles, trying to get the reinforcements there in time, but they can't seem to finish anything. Those smokes giving a lot of cover and potentially an opportunity for them to get reses right here, but this time there's a Titan playing spoiler to anything that they're trying to do right there. That's going to be Metal taking down Killshot.
There's the highlight of the night right there. The Titan leap onto the location, the knockback in full effect right there. Metalcore able to finish off the squad. You heard him freaking out that you canceled the Titan. What are you doing? They're going to be out of play in 10 seconds from now, but they were able to take advantage of it just long enough to knock out one of the most scary Outlaw squads in the lobby. Can't wait to see that on replay after this game wraps up.
And Aries is just praying that nobody spots him out right here. Seems like they've got a pretty good idea of where he's at. See Doom back in the feed, a player we've seen quite a few times, and Metal looking to make play with the ODM right here. Not able to spot anybody out, but they get the audio cues right there. Aries gonna find one. Metal trying to minimize the damage done right here, but Aries going crazy with it. Not gonna be able to finish him off.
This guy's got a self-revive. Go help PG. Why is nobody helping PG?
Metal's locked in.
He is.
He's gonna go help, but brother, you gotta help yourself. You got no heals right now. Get that HP up. He's got a med kit. He's got a couple of them. Just staring him right in the face. Just click the button.
No more Titans. No more Titans.
All right.
What I have noticed though, Bobby, is I feel like the strategies on that squad are definitely not jiving. I feel like Metal is foot on the gas. Let's take advantage of our opportunities. Let's push them when they're down. Whereas the Saurus has been way more passive, much more inclined to like, oh, let's retreat, play it safe. My Titan's too weak. Definitely, you know, they need to get on the same page, I think, before the final circles, as they have entered the top 10 here.
Yeah, no question about it. Not only just for this map, but for the rest of the competition as well. If you want to have a chance at making a comeback against the giant gap that Win Squad's been able to build, like you gotta be firing on all cylinders, and chemistry, especially on a challenge-based competition, is especially important because it's not just about making individual plays. Like the team's got to be working as a unit, and we'll see if they can get locked in right here. Beautiful shots out of Cody, but not going to be able to find the frag. 10 players still left alive, and I think decent representation from most of our squads.
I mean, they might even get the next.
Yeah, I feel like he needed one more bullet there to land, but unfortunately not able to land it before his opponent snuck behind that ridge. Take a peek over on that ridge, and it looks like it's going to be Winsanity and his squad. We've got Titan Sanity alive, leading all 4 of his team members into the final circles. So 2 full squads, perhaps, still alive right now. And then they've got an Outlaw squad in Quan Deadshot and Night Temper in the bottom left of that zone. And Dr. Chemist, Winsanity, they are gifted the final zone, so we should see a win here from them. But how many of those elims can they round up here to put a dent on that leaderboard?
No, but I'm holding it.
Yeah, we'll see what they can make out of this position. And
yeah, no, I'm behind.
Maybe forcing up a tad far forward. I feel like that ridge could give you a little bit more utility, especially if teams are able to get some throwables out into a forward position right here. Just trying to tap away, see how much damage they can take off the table for those remaining teams. It is Metal and his squad fully alive as well, so far from an easy clutch right here. They're going to have to execute. And for Team Metal, they've got to make good uses out of their util right here to try to cross this field.
It's going to come down to the brand new ODM gear and how much these guys can make use of it in the open, because they've only got the one vehicle here, it looks like. I'll be surprised if, you know, they group up and take that to zone. Maybe one player takes it. It looks like the Saurus is getting ready. But, yeah, they are all way out of circle right now. It looks like they're going to rotate to the left around school.
We can't all be in the car.
But that is where 100% it's risky, but this is tough. I want to listen in.
Yeah. I don't know why we're taking. I already smoked.
Go then. Go.
See the disconnect I'm talking about? The slow play versus let's go. Like you can hear it in Metal's voice.
We were gonna drive a car, but
They've got those smokes out, so they have the cover, but just not seemingly on the same wavelength right here. And it's given so much information to Win and his team. They know exactly what angles to cover. And shot's going to go out. It looks like we do have a couple players still in play from our Outlaws.
There's a lot of smoke.
Some of the shots go through.
Love the replay.
he's just dancing.
He's vibing out there. No big deal.
Behind the purple car. Behind the purple car.
So Metal does take down Quan Deadshot. Sneaks up on that squad from behind. It looks like they were last to rotate in, which sometimes can work to your advantage. It does here, but now they are severely pinned down. Win Sanity able to take down Metal, and that leaves just one player left over there. It's going to be the Saurus behind that rock. Wonder what their other teammates are doing on the other side here right now, but it looks like it's all Win Sanity holding that zone.
Yeah, they're completely locked in right here. 2 players left alive, and I think it's the 2 Outlaws.
I still have smokes, by the way.
And it seems like they should be able to pick up these final frags. So once again, every point counts at this point. Pop PG, Metal, both dropping right there. That is all the kills going the way of Team Winsanity. And they should be sitting pretty heading out of this one. Even if they haven't already secured the win, they should maybe need minimal challenge points in the next one to lock it in.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting scenario, right? So I don't know if they did enough to secure the victory here. The elims were on the low side until that final engagement, and they didn't get all of their challenges done. On the positive side, they did get the final stop challenge done. So with that, they were able to put at least 15 points in the bag, plus whatever else they got through challenges. So they had a big map and likely won the map. I just don't think they did enough to secure the victory. Now, what that means is one of these other squads is going to have to go absolutely crazy on our next map if we do indeed go to a map 5. Otherwise, when Sanity showing up, it's going to be a formality, right? Just don't all die at the same time, and let's go complete a challenge or two, and as long as we finish on top, we're going to be sitting real pretty. But we take a peek back at the action from Game 4. Lots of roller coaster screenshots, which I absolutely love. And other than that, we see Win's Wild Bunch pick up another final stop challenge, Bobby. Exactly what they were hoping for.
Yeah, and I think if you're Win Squad, if you didn't get the win already, then there's probably no need to drop hot. I think everybody's going to anticipate that they would, just to try to get things knocked out early on. But to be honest, I'm surprised we didn't see anybody trying to target them. Listening to the comms, it didn't seem like anybody was really focusing them. Obviously, you do want to focus on your own game, but realizing who the biggest threat is and wanting to make sure that they don't get an opportunity to end the competition, it's winner takes all. You don't get anything for second place. You got to go big, and you're not going to have much of a chance to do it, allowing Team Winsanity to pick up that many points in another big map of the competition.
Absolutely. You know, one player I am expecting to go big on this final map is Metalcore. Dude was locked in this last game. I mean, look at him go. He's just rounding up enemies left and right, taking them down. We saw like a triple nade, like Molly nade combination, take down Houston Kingboy in the squad. So really great play from Metal. Not able to get the winner chicken dinner, but they do finish in second place. And I will say, you know, had they had better position, like if the zone goes to them at the apartments versus having to go all the way to Winsanity's squad, who has a fortified, you know, fully camped out position, I think Metalcore, with the momentum that they had, win that game. But that's just the way the PUBG mobile gods have it sometimes. Sometimes the squad just gets zone blessed, and in this case, it was Winsanity's Wild Bunch trying to get them those points, right, to make sure that they win this competition. I'm not saying that was everything, but it certainly didn't hurt them there at the end.
Yeah, no question about it. They've executed across the board the entire day. Obviously, kind of met an immovable object in that TDM, but 37 going the way of Dabs Desperados. Most importantly, that means Win's Wild Bunch did not secure enough miles to lock in the win, which means we are going to a map number 5.
Not only that, but Dabs Desperados, they didn't lose the map. They won the map. They actually gained ground on wins here. So it looks like Dab is going to be in the best position to potentially challenge, as all the other 3 squads were essentially tied coming into this last game. Now Win, if my math is correct, we'll go to overall, and I don't even have to suppose here. They need just a few more points. Looks like 19 to get over the finish line here to the 125-mile check mark, and that will be the winning total. Now, what does that mean for Dabs Desperados? Oh my God, they're going to need 46. So essentially, what Win needed to do last game, they need to do this game. And, you know, the reality is that Win should, I'm not going to say will, but they should have an easy time putting up 19 points, because that's literally just finishing 2 or 3 of the challenges, and they should be good to go as far as the points are concerned. But what if they get targeted and wiped out early? That's what I'm curious about. I feel like the other squads, they've got to be targeting this time. I don't know how they figure out where they're going to drop, because it's not like they have their names on a drop location, but maybe they rewind the stream and look at where Win has dropped every time. Is it going to be the hot drop, the POI? Did they go somewhere else? That's what I'm curious about, because they have to target that squad if they want any hope of coming back. So there we go. We've got train puns up to 11. I will say between game 3 and 4, I used 4 in one sentence. So I am keeping track of my train puns. Hopefully you are too in the audience as well. Bobby, what are you looking forward to on our 5th map as we chug along here?
I'm just hoping somebody thinks to team up on Win Squad and wipe them out early, because it seems like it should be a no-brainer strategy, and nobody's really gone for it before. With the momentum that Team Dab has built, they're more than capable of putting up 46 points, but there's just so many things that have to go right. Timing-wise, chemistry-wise, everything else. It's going to be really tough for them to close it out. There's no question Win's team is still the team to beat, and I'm expecting them to play this one a little bit more passive.
Love the thoughts. I'll share mine with you when we get back from a quick break. We've got the final match of our PUBG Mobile Clockwork Cup coming right up. We'll be back on Erangel here in just a moment.
The new Clan Battle event is now available. Join with your fellow clan members for awesome rewards. Players will represent their respective clans in the event. Members complete missions to gather forces, which are then deployed to occupy territories, granting tons of rewards. Version 3.8's Clan Battle has 2 phases. Phase 1 takes place from May 10th to June 1st, 2025 at 23:59 UTC-0. Each phase consists of a preparation stage, action stage, and results stage. The preparation stages take place from May 17th, 2025 to May 18th, 2025 at 23:59 UTC-0. Then, the action stage takes place every day for the next 2 weeks from 5 o'clock to 23:59 UTC-0, followed by the results stage from 0 o'clock to 4:59 UTC-0. Clan leaders and co-leaders can register their clan for the event from the event page. After registering, participating clans will be assigned to different tiers based on their activity in the previous season and matched with an opponent for battle. During the preparation stage, clan members gather forces by completing daily missions, but can't deploy them yet. The clan leader and co-leader can set territories as targets and the amount of forces to deploy. During the action stage, clan members will be able to deploy forces to target territories and can continue gathering forces through daily missions. During this stage, the clan leader and co-leader can also adjust territory and forces targets as needed. At the end of the action stage, forces contributed by members for clan management will automatically be deployed to target territories until the forces target is met in the order target territories were set. During the results stage, the clan that contributed the highest number of forces wins ownership of each contested area. The main objective of the clan battle is to occupy territories. Territories have different characteristics. Each clan has their own camp, which can't be occupied. Similarly, roads, bridges, and water can't be occupied either. Forces also can't travel through water. Territories adjacent to roads and bridges must be occupied before you can advance towards other connected territories. Territories that can be occupied include neutral territory, mini-fortresses, fortresses, and castles. Occupying these areas will earn your clan daily conquest coins and bonus forces. Different territories require varying minimum amounts of forces to capture. The more forces a territory requires, the more daily earnings it provides. The clan battle includes tons of rewards. The first time your clan captures a mini fortress, or castle, all participating clan members will receive crate coupons and coupon scraps. When the clan battle ends, clan ranking and personal ranking rewards can be collected from the results page based on your clans and your own contributions. Rewards will be sent directly to your inventory. They include limited time titles, crate coupons, and tons of conquest coins. Conquest coins can be redeemed at the event shop for elite home coins, paint, and other exquisite rewards. The event shop will be available for a certain period after the clan battle ends. Join the clan battle with your clan now and bring tons of rewards home.
And welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Clockwork Cup as we clock in here to see who is going to take the title. $5,000 is on the line, and right now, it's Wynn's Wild Bunch that's in position to win it. They're 19 miles away, and they've got just a little bit of ground left to cover. They'll be trying to chug down those tracks here in just a moment. But let's welcome back in Bobby Plays and talk about what we can expect for our 5th map. Very excited to get back to Erangel. We've got another themed Erangel game mode coming right up. It's Aetherholm at the Giant Central Station once again on full display. But will Wynn and his team drop there, or will they go somewhere else? That's the question that I have burning in my mind, Bobby. What do you think?
Go 2 routes. I think, one, you want to win as quickly as possible. You want to get aggressive and finish challenges early and not have to worry about getting that 15-point challenge out of the way. You also have the fact that you have those respawns. So even though Wynn's team last game ended up dying early on, it didn't really make that much of a difference because they were able to regroup in an outer position and still got to those POIs in time to knock out the challenges. So it wouldn't be the most surprising thing in the world to see them take a risk. I still don't think that it's necessary, especially given that we've seen a lot of the challenges move outside that train station POI, so I'm anticipating they're going to land somewhere a little bit slower. Just trust the challenges to get them the rest of the way and not have to worry about any of those elim points.
Like it. I think it's probably smart, but I'm still of the mindset that it's a full send moment. You send it, you crush everyone's hopes and dreams early, and not leave anything to chance in the control of someone else. That's what I'd love to see. We'll see what happens as game number 5 is underway. Again, Wynn 19 points away from a victory here. Dab Plays, the nearest challenger, needs 46 to add to their total, which means they need to do all the challenges, pick up all the elims, and most importantly, get to that final stop challenge worth 15 points. We'll see if they're able to do it, but prioritizing challenges has got to be the name of the game for Dab's Desperados. So, Bobby,
what are y'all's in,
we'll see. Give me a prediction. Which team will be the top performing team on this map?
This man said,
I think Dab's team is going to go big. I think they finish with the most overall points, especially because they know that they're within distance of winning things here. Obviously, the odds are not in their favor, but I think they're going to full send. I think the majority of the rest of the teams outside of Wynn's squad probably not in the best mental space just because this is winner take all. You're at such a big disadvantage. You have to pray that things go wrong, both for Dab's team and for Wynn's team. It's not looking great for them, but we'll see if they can hit a regain right here as we already start to see some of those kills come through.
One squad fire back. Okay, I'm going to
I like the call. I agree. I think Dab's destined for greatness here. We'll see if they can get the points that they need. It's a tall order for sure, but we'll see if anyone plays the role of spoiler to Wynn's Wild Bunch. And you gotta think that Wynn's gonna take it a bit cautiously here.
Yeah, it does.
Maybe one player, goes off on their own a bit conservatively so they don't get full wiped. I don't know. We'll see.
30 people shooting all at once.
Looks like the word is, Bobby, is that Dab, Bushka, and Winsanity all went to the castle, and the Saurus is off on their own. So they're going to mix it up. We'll see what happens.
People in the train? They're at the
An
top of the
odd
ramp.
team to opt not to go hot just because I feel like they need so many points right now. It's hard to imagine a scenario where they're going to be able to put a big chunk. And also, like, to be able to catch up to these teams, you kind of need to wipe them off the board to minimize the amount of points that they're able to get. So we'll see what it's looking like. Win squad, pretty well grouped up. Maybe a little split right here, just holding those high ground positions, trying to find some early picks right here as they do have Team Dab directly below. It looked like Dr. Chemist going to be able to make his way up to height as well as they look to get some early points and make their way toward that 125-point mark.
Yeah, that's why they both didn't fight. Yeah.
They say they, but I don't know if they know two squads are here to kindly greet them. I will say that Yamna and Bushka and the Bandits, they are in prime position to third party this as they make the approach. I believe that's them running up right there. They have been spotted out. See if Winsanity can get in position to get his squad to win this fight. Again, they're just hoping not all get wiped at the same time, and they open it up on Dab Plays. Exactly what they needed to do, and not what Dab was hoping for right there. I gotta say, I wonder if the odd drop from the Thesaurus and the Thieves is due to that miscommunication or communication challenges they've been having. Seems like they have been butting heads a bit and opting to drop, more passively out, I guess not where the hot drop is, and they need these points, so that's a bit shocking for me.
Yeah, I'm curious what the game plan is, and once again, like, the bulk of the points can be found via the challenges. At that point, you're just kind of praying that none of the challenges involve that train station area, because if they do, that automatically puts you at such a big disadvantage, and with everything centered around this POI, it's just a very, very risky play. Could end up working out, but odds that it gives you a major advantage over one of the other teams does not feel super high. We see a lot of the Outlaws getting involved inside the kill feed right there, but creator teams looking to be untouched for the time being. Obviously, Respawn's still there, and everybody's still on the board with 30 players alive.
I don't have a nade right here.
Love to see it. Maybe the thinking is we're not going to feed kills to Win's team. I don't know. We'll see how that wraps up, but Metal getting into it right now. Takes down Houston, Kingboy, and Gucci from the Outlaw squad. Gets the finish. So Metalcore doing his thing. And they are getting into that action early on here. We're still looking over at Dabs Desperados right now. Angry Hoser looting up.
I think we should start maybe rotating.
Papa PG getting into some fights as well. And Metalcore squad adding some points was what they desperately need that right now. Here are the challenges, though. And I'll go find these so we know what we're doing. Like Clockwork is the first one, and that's having any team member purchase any equipment from the Clockwork attendant. So that's found on the train. We've got Medic, which essentially means use the portable med kit to restore a teammate's health. We've got Coin Collector, and that one is just collecting a total of 50 Steam tokens. And lastly, we've got Housekeeping, or Housewarming rather, and that's having all living members present simultaneously inside Aaron Yeager's basement. So, nice mixture of challenges here. Let's listen to Metalcore and hear how they're strategizing around this.
50 Steam tokens. Have a team purchase equipment from the Clockwork attendant. Do you, any of you have tokens for the train?
We have to go and start the train then. Oh, we gotta go to Aaron Yeager's basement. We gotta go to Aaron Yeager's basement. It's right over here.
Watch out.
Can what's his name land back on us? Yeah, he can land back on us. Let's go to the basement. Yeah, meet us at the basement.
Come to the basement. Land in the basement.
What's his name?
This may have
Love the camaraderie they got going on.
Put some respect on Raging Cactus. Come on. It seems like the risk may have paid off for them, though. Being directly, Dr. Chem is taken down by the nade right there. Doesn't bode well for Team Winsanity, and it's getting mixy over here as Cody drops as well. And things could be working out perfectly for pretty much all these squads. Win's going to be able to get one onto Ares.
Nice.
We'll see if he's able to get the finish there, as they cannot afford a full wipe.
Any help?
They really can't. Should be able to get some respawns here. We'll see how it works out. Winsanity holding the fort down for his team.
How are we fighting Buska's team and Dab's team at the same time?
And they're not killing each other either.
Exactly. In the kill feed, we're not seeing any fights.
They're figuring out the strategy that they should have taken like 2 games ago.
Yeah. Go.
At least they're realizing. I don't know if it's an intentional team up here, but with the wipe on Winsanity's other 2 teammates, they know where the prize cow is, right? It's Winsanity's up here on the bridge. All eyes are focused on them, and here's the collector. They're able to get that like Clockwork completed,
back to him,
and that's one challenge out of the way already for Dab Desperados.
All these have to do with being as a team.
And they could potentially just kind of guard that and try to avoid Win's team getting it. Obviously, you want to focus on maximizing your points, and it looks like that's what they're going to do. But that's, 4 points already taken off the board for Team Winsanity. So Now they've got to get more
Which one
and
did we
more
land at?
perfect the rest of the way through, and
Okay, Aaron Yeager's
seeming to
house
be a
should be
little bit
right here.
reeling from those opening engagements.
It's right here.
Might need
Guys, right here, get over
to
here.
recenter a little bit in this one to give
quickly.
themselves a chance at closing things out.
I'm taking the.
Love the strategy here from Dab. He's really, really astute when it comes to noticing, like, hey, all of these challenges require all of us to be together, so let's group up. Let's get to where we need to go. He's calling out Aaron Yeager's basement, marked it up for his teammates. They all should be arriving shortly. That's going to be another team to be able to complete that housewarming challenge, and Dab's been able to get the challenge done either first or second each time so far, and that's going to be really big for them because they need all of these points, and they need to get the final stop challenge to have a shot at catching Winsanity.
FaZe!
Who are we waiting on? FaZe, brother. I don't think you understand the urgency, right? Like, there is some ground to be covered here. You guys got to have every second matter here. 2 challenges now remain for Dab's Desperados, Medic and Coin Collector. So they'll be heading out to try to take those down. One of them is just getting a portable med kit to restore a teammate's health. That seems relatively easy, so, you know, provided that you can find the loot. And then Coin Collector is just getting 50 Steam coins. So they've got the POI things taken care of. They just need to play a little bit and get the proper loot.
Yeah, there's another one coming.
Dab playing it a little risky here. He's just full sending it with the movement, trying to get the high ground angle. And he's got eyes on somebody lower right there. Doesn't want to overextend, but great play to pinch by the teammates. And that's going to be Fitz dropping early in this one. He's going to get full wiped right there. An extra
Risky
point
from Dab, but I
anywhere
love
that you
the
can get
pinch
him.
there. Yeah, that was a great pinch that you called out. That teammate zoomed in right when FaZe thought he had Dab kind of dead to rights. Like, oh my God, there's a whole squad rolling up behind me. Always tough to deal with that.
Tire.
Well, some drive-by shooting happening right there is Raging Cactus going to get shot out of the vehicle. And this this vehicle's just hurting. Missing a back tire, on fire, not having a good time. Fortunately for Win Squad, they get 6 points off of Clockwork right there. I believe they've already got 1 frag on the board as well. So if my math is correct, only 12 more points needed for them to get the win.
So I'll just try to hit up that train, I guess.
Absolutely. I mean, if they did they get the 1 challenge done as well? Was that their first challenge that they've done? They might have gotten another one already. I'm not sure.
There's one that one.
I thought that was the first one, but I may be mistaken.
Who knows? They're close. Let's put it that way. I mean, they are right there. The zone seems to be going south. Metal going to try to hop a train here. Nice work.
We just be patient.
Everyone able to kind of lock onto this train and get on. Now they're riding. And they have got to be trying to get the coin collector or medic done. We'll see if they're able to get this done properly.
I have.
And you're right. The win has not made it to Aaron Yeager's basement yet for the housewarming.
Okay, we're about to hit a stop, so it's going to go to 30.
No, we have.
And I think they're trying to make their way through Coin Collector right here. It sounds like they're looking to count those up.
Just done that.
Oh, and they see people on the others. That's free kills.
This is.
Oh, can't land the shots.
No, just done that. Just done that. Don't let them see you. That's it.
Awesome.
All right, so there's like Clockwork, got the purchase done.
No, Cisco, they're getting
and now it's about the coin collector. They need to ride to probably one more stop.
Ready? We're gonna go to their train. Wait for it.
Yep.
It looks like Cody and Dr. Chemist are also in a 2-2 split, and they're in the bottom right of the map. So nowhere near Winsanity right now. Not trying to risk a full wipe.
I think Win's trying to bait and switch off of this. Dab looking to unlock the safe. See if they can find some value out of here.
No portable kill.
Did get 5 more coins. Yeah.
All right. Ooh, another 10. See what their count's at right now. 20 for Dab.
Everybody drop your coins, and I'll just pick them all up just to keep tally.
I can drop my one.
I do. I got 5.
That's another 12.
I drop all of them.
I think it's every
Now
time
we got 30.
It's a shop token.
30.
Every track.
So they're 32, yeah. Now they're just trying to throw in any crap that they can. Here's 79 9 mil. Maybe that'll melt into some Steam coins.
There should be enough.
Trying to pay for my gas with a punch card. There's another 5.
Okay.
52, they did it.
Completed.
Wow.
They are the first to do it, so Dab, they're crushing it right now as far as getting the points that they need. They're cruising.
And if they can knock out Medic, that removes challenges for everybody else and really puts the pressure on to win squad to win that final challenge. This could be huge.
You can find them.
Continuing to ride these trains isn't gonna complete that one.
If they can get that, like you were saying, that portable med kit, this would be huge, because if they can do it before Win is able to claim the Steam the coin collector challenge themselves, they would have only gotten 1 challenge done. They've got to be close though, because they've been riding for a while.
Are there any guaranteed portable medkit spawns?
It starts to hurt if you camp up on these elevated trains.
I am not sure.
Start to take damage over time, and it hurts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Guess we'll find out. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go back to train station, just try to loot a bunch of those boxes and see if they can manage to find one.
As soon as mine says 15, I'll tell you.
Okay.
Still 3 different missions on the board for Team Winsanity as well.
And
they're dwindling in value as well, as Aaron Yeager's basement has been visited now 3 times. It's only Win's team that has not done it, but they did get enough to get Coin Collector done. That is massive for them.
We just need medic.
Because that cuts what they needed to get, the line they needed to gain, it cuts it in half. So basically, they need like 6 more points.
Uh-oh.
Dab's play is running up against Kill's shot.
How do I use it?
Look at him.
Oh, it's about to get spicy right here. He's got nades. He's able to get another knock right there. Dab taken down, trying to get into a back room. Already used the self-revive.
Y'all need to leave. Y'all need one of y'all.
And maybe could have gotten some more value out of a teammate helping right there. It looks like they'll be able to get the res, but Gucci there causing some issues as well, and they canceled the res.
Yelling.
Oh, they pulled off. Dab saying they need to leave. And just like that, they're gone. What looked like a promising comeback bid is cut short by the most fierce outlaw in the lobby. It's Killshot. Stumbles upon Dab. Somebody needed to leave that engagement. No one did. I don't know if they had the ability to or it just didn't work out. But, man, tough breaks for Dab. They had finished first or second on every challenge, and they were cruising towards the final one.
Okay.
It's not going to be enough to come all the way back. They'll make a dent, and now they've got to cross their fingers that Winsanity doesn't get their challenges complete, and they are also wiped off the map here in short order.
We're driving us.
And really all they need to do is knock out Medic before somebody else does it as well. Metal's going to get knocked right there, and the more teams that are taken out, the lower the likelihood that they're going to be able to complete all the challenges and really force that 15-pointer. So you can see pings on the buy station right there. Raging Cactus going to get knocked. And once again, odds looking worse and worse for really everybody outside of Team Winsanity right now.
Metalcore still feeling himself here, having a nice game, and that train departed just on time. Raging Cactus goes down, but it's all aboard, and they are steam engines down the track. He's going to be able to survive, but it looks like they still may have company in some of these cars. I don't think they're the only one on this train.
Give me all your coins. Give me all your coins. Give me all your coins. Drop the coins.
I
have 50.
What did he say?
Trying to get this. He said, give me all your coins. He's trying to get the coin mission knocked out as quickly as possible. They get it for 4 points right there. They now only need Medic
What are we doing?
to get back into it. Wow, crazy distance cover. Wins Wild Bunch get the housewarming right there. So now only 4 more points needed for them to lock in the win. And that's assuming that they've only got 1 kill point as well.
This is tough, man. This is tough. Winsanity is inching ever closer. This has not been an emphatic victory by any means from his squad.
They're on the bridge and stuff.
But, man, Dab was making a serious comeback effort there and just ran into the buzzsaw that is Killshot. Like Clockwork and Coin Collector still on the board for Yamna and the Bushka Bandits. Bushka's knocked right now. They're trying to pick him up, but we'll see if they're able to do so successfully. It looks like Icy is going over to pick him up there in the northern part of Roshak, but they've got to pick up the pace here as well if they want to have a chance to catch up.
We can try to go zone if you guys.
If your team win, just searching far and wide to try to find one of those portable med kits to close things out. Obviously, picking up kills would be an alternate way, but definitely substantially more risky. The Source PG can force that final challenge as well if they're able to find one, but seem to be very, very scarce on the map so far.
Yeah.
Kind of curious to hear the communications and see if it's cleaned up any. Metal's definitely been taking a very vocal role.
Now because this is the last one. According to my calculations, Win is already.
Great. I've gotten a lot of elims. We've done a lot of the challenges. I'm proud of us.
There it is. Win coming through with the medic. 6 points. That should put him over the line to gain. Believe they're 125 miles down the track, and now it's just a matter of can somebody else go crazy.
No, we already got the elim.
Final stop.
And that triggers that final stop as well. So I don't. Even if they were to get 23 of the remaining kills, or I guess 19 of the remaining kills and the final stop, I don't know there's anyone that could catch up, but they can definitely give it a try.
And we need to have elimination. We need to have 11 elimination to get
Oh,
a
I have a
couple
team
kills.
secured Titan.
The rumbling. What is that? It is having a team member securing either Titan serum and transforming into a Titan. You must transform to complete the challenge. So there it is. And Win's Wild Punch completes the rumbling.
Yeah, that's why I went to the hard drop.
Wow. That was fortunate timing.
Wow.
Because I knew that Titan was going to be handy.
He's feeling pretty good.
Let's go.
He's vibing out. They win the tournament on that clutch Titan serum play.
3 games in a row.
And he's gonna sing now.
Wow.
Finally it came handy, bro.
And he's earned that celebration. They've been consistent through and through, all the way through the competition.
Yeah.
They really executed in every way possible, and definitely some maps where things could have gone south. Mental could have been chalk. They still regain, maximized in the situations possible. And props to Dab Squad for putting up some good competition in this one. My God, kill shot just hitting absolute lasers onto Metal right there. He didn't even have time to blink.
Yeah, let's see if we can take the whole squad here. I think it was just him in that car. And Metal's down. He's the most aggressive of the team. We'll see. No, okay, so Sologi has come up to support. So kill shot, Sologi. And it looks like we've got a 2v4 happening right now. Oh, this is getting dicey. Houston Kingboy rolls up to support, and it is curtains for Metal and Papa BG. Just like that, wiped off the face of the map. That was pretty smooth as they got all 4 in there to support. And that is it for the Saurus Thieves.
That's just
impressive,
clinical
huh,
execution. Yeah, that was beautiful. The utility usage right there, getting aggressive off that initial knock. And the first knock was just an absolute masterpiece. Metal barely had time to ADS, and he was already down. So, obviously, not the running for that $5,000, but certainly impressive performance out of him so far today.
100%. It's like when Sanity and his wild bunch will be taking home $5K. Obviously, we'll wait for the official announcement because you never know. You just never know. We'll wait for that towards the end of the broadcast, but Yamna, got to give her a special shout out because I thought she was really impressive today. Gameplay all day long has been on point, especially in the TDM. We saw the World of Wonder mode where she took on in 2 different maps on Assault Training Ground and picked up 10 and 12 elims to lead her team MVP both times. Really, really was impressed with her today.
Yeah, her gun skill was really, really impressive. So, if we ever get some PUBG Mobile TDM throwdowns for a full tournament, everybody else better be on watch for what she's bringing to the table.
100%. This would be like a good little reel for her. She's if there's ever a draft, right? You know, it's like, hey, who are you gonna pick? Yeah, you know, just gonna throw my name in the hat here. I know what I'm doing.
Continue to see Gucci, Kingboy, Killshot cleaning up the feed. They're trying to end the game as quickly as possible and trying to do it single-handedly. Continue to run through the map.
Crossing all the way to south.
Yamna not going to be able to find any util for the
That's gonna be a problem.
Titan right there, but
Go back by the recall.
doesn't really matter a whole lot at this point. Is Team Win just looking to have fun for the rest of this
We're
one?
wrapped far south. Cisco.
They've called out a team. Let's see if it's Houston Kingboy. Let's see if it's Killshot. I'd like to see a head-to-head between your tournament champs and the top outlaw squad. I don't know if that's in the cards, but that's what I'm hoping for at this point.
But the thing is, give me the gas, Win, give me the gas, so I can.
I just want everybody to full send it. I would imagine with the amount of times that you've seen Team Winsanity pop up in the challenge feed, they've got to know what's coming right here. So hopefully they make it an entertaining end game.
4X,
Cody
6X,
trying to heal up before they push in for these final engagements right here and heading out of Pachinki.
Okay.
Couple players with eyes on, but
shot.
Gucci hitting beams again. That was a full auto. That wasn't a sniper. Oh my god.
Oh man. Bushka was trying to line up the shot, and the M4 from range just lasered his helmet right on off. He's gonna take a knee. Luckily, Fates is there to pick him up, but I have a feeling you're gonna see a crash on this compound here shortly. Maybe they wait for another pick, but man, every squad has been on the defensive, it seems like, when it comes to that outlaw squad today. The only team I've seen take them down, really, has been Metalcore. With those grenades on Erangel last map, he was able to actually wipe them out early. So props to him for being able to do that, but everyone else has just been at their mercy.
Yeah, there's a guy in a shit shack over there.
This guy's gotta leave.
Well, it looks like perfect center zone position right here for... I believe it was Doom and his squad. Bushka not too far out on the edge and definitely going to have cover for that final rotation.
I dropped another first aid.
Dropping a little bit of extra first aid for the team right there as well to make sure everybody's ready for those final engagements. And
bro, the fact that
Yamna
I had
playing.
Have to call,
this whole time.
start calling him Dr. Icy, bringing all those meds.
These guys are leaving.
The vehicle's starting to roll up.
They're leaving, but I have a feeling they're about to come say hi. I don't know. Could be crazy.
Way out here.
Watch out.
Nope, they're on the full rotate there.
Nothing easy. Still looking for a building to work with on the inside of zone, and every one of these teams still going to play it out as slowly as possible. Just looking for glory in the final win. Gucci continues to farm. Risky position for him, winning his squad. Very, very stuck down in this trench, and it looks like Dr. Chemist going to get knocked right here. Cisco pushing up, trying to help. He's going to be able to find one on the Gucci.
No, I have self.
And it looks
That's
like
huge.
the
Can they get a
self-res
nade
should go
off?
through.
Oh my god, just for
Oh, that 4X is gross on the AKM from that close. That is not easy to try to do. But yeah, they're down to their last few hopes here. The aggression and the push from the other squad, Gucci and the gang, is just scary, man. These guys are talented, but Win's not giving up just yet.
I have like no meds.
There's another car from the right. Oh my god. You'll be behind the bush.
Looks like
They really need a grenade.
Yeah. Oh, and there's nades coming in from the opposite side. That's going to knock Win. I think one player left up. That's Cody. He's trying to heal. It looks like he's going to be able to pop the med kit. So not completely out of reach, but he really needs to get out. And I don't think he's going to be able to. Oh my God.
He's going to run past these guys before too long here. He's going to pass them up in the smoke. They're probably directly above him right now.
He's literally behind
Just hold.
He's nading again.
No, just hold. They don't know where you are.
Nading again. Let's see if they land it.
I don't have his.
Okay. He's got eyes on him. I don't think they saw him on the crossover right there, and this is free as can be. Oh, now he's dead.
There's a quick one. Oh! So close, but you know what I think that means, my friend? They're out of here. When Sanity exits the lobby, 12 remaining, but good news for Bushka. They still have an outside chance, a real outside chance here with everyone still alive and in the fight. But, man, what a buzzsaw this other Outlaw squad is. Gucci, Houston Kingboy. They've been very, very good this game. Soloji,
Where do you want this one?
Killshot, those guys have been really impressive.
So can I push up?
And that was the ace getting taken down right there. So I think Gucci off the map now. 11 players remain. We got one, what looks to be a solo in the middle. No, Deadshot and Mango together. Nice little cluster of squads and trying to push through the smoke, but the nade connects onto Fitz right there. He's going to drop, but smoke should provide enough cover for the res. That's assuming any additional util doesn't come over the top.
There it comes. Ooh. Man, had he cooked that the right amount of time, that would have been a nice little view into your living room.
I got a
Goes a little bit long, though. Bounces over the top. Now Icy on the prone, trying to close the gap. They need to make it into the next circle, which unfortunately for them, they've got some ground to cover right now. Fate's on point goes down, and now it just leaves Bushka and two others to try to get into this safe circle.
Watch out.
I think Bushka rocking the noob tube right now, looking to get a one tap, but he's not going to be able to connect. Icy knocked once again, and I believe that's Fet's down as well. Bushka all alone, trying to push out of zone as well. And he's taking shots from inside the zone. Not much chance of that one going your way. He's going to drop, and that is all the squads derailed, but fortunately for Team Winsanity, not before they take those closing points to take the win.
Everyone derailed once again. I feel like the same familiar faces took almost every game tonight. Really impressive showing from the Outlaws squad. But again, last second, desperate push from the Desperados. Just falls a bit short. Dab eliminated by Killshot and the gang. Man, tough break for him because it seemed like they had everything going for them. We calculated out what they needed. They basically needed to finish every challenge first or second and get to that last final stop, and they fell short right before the final stop. And with that, Winsanity has the Titan serum that they need to secure those 15 points, and that's another final stop challenge they're able to put in the bag. But we take a peek at the action from our fifth game today. Bobby, what were your thoughts on this one?
What?
It was up and down. It really looked like there was a chance that Dab Squad was going to do the impossible, get those 47, 48, 49 points, and pull off the upset. But Team Winsanity, once again, executed when the pressure was on, got those challenges knocked out, and really, I don't think even lost a life in the process right there. They made it look relatively seamless as it happened, and they definitely earned this one every step of the way. Congrats to all the competitors, but it's if you're not first, you're last, and fortunately for Win, he was first.
Because I knew that.
I just want to know what he's waving around. What is this? A washcloth?
I think that's the rag that he wipes his screen off with whenever he has too much thumb perspiration.
Yeah, thumb perspiration. I'm going to call that gunk.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the microfiber cloth coming in clutch for Winsanity there. Gave him a little something to celebrate with at the end. He sung us a song even, but that 4X on the AKM, maybe a bit of a misplay there at the end. Even Iron Sights would have been better than that, but unfortunately, Cisco looking just a little beyond his opposition there, and Killshot and the gang just too much for Winsanity squad to handle. And you see them move into the final circle, putting out the pressure that ultimately is the undoing of Bushka as they have to charge into Quan. Deadshot, here are our match rankings. Wins Wild Bunch. Well, they needed a few, and I think they got a lot. They didn't get any eliminations, but it doesn't matter because they got all the challenges, baby. 35 challenge miles secured, and that will put them across the finish line. We'll have the overall rankings here in just a moment. But with that, I'm sure we will have a winner's announcement to make things official, Bobby. But overall, do you feel like, I mean, obviously they lacked a little bit on the TDM, but I feel like they did plenty to show that they were the deserving winners of today's Clockwork Cup.
Yeah, it was consistency. They jumped out to the front the very first game and maintained that lead all the way through. So there's no question they earned that spot. They found different ways to do it. There were some games they were picking up kills, some games it was challenges, some games it was a combination. And even though I'm not sure that they necessarily won any of the matches. They won in the way that mattered, and that was what was most important.
That's right. In our hearts, they won. So let's go ahead and see the official announcement. Your winners of the PUBG Mobile Clockwork Cup are indeed the Wins Wild Bunch. They are your champions. They'll be taking home $5,000 to add to their coffers. Maybe they can get some nice UC with that. Good games to them. We'll have a chat with their team captains here coming up momentarily. But overall, here are your leaderboard. It was flat-out domination in this one, really highlighted by all of the final stop challenges that were secured. 45 points just in those alone, maybe even 60. I cannot recall if they got the fourth map done, but really that was the difference, because you see if those go away, Dab's Desperados has the points they need to kind of come out on top here. But Wins Wild Bunch finishing in first place, Dab in second, Thesaurus and Bushka rounding things out. Did it kind of end how you expected, Bobby?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, you look at that overall point count, you get that final 15-point differential swinging the other way. There's only 36 points separating Win and Dab and their squads. Like, that's a 30-point swing. You get a couple challenges to go your way as well. That was 100% winnable for Dab and his team, but unfortunately for them, wrong place, wrong time, the full wipe right there, and what seemed to be an avoidable situation where you had multiple respawns remaining, and Team Win was able to capitalize off of it.
Yeah, tough breaks for Dab's Desperados for sure. Tip of the cap to them, though. I thought they played really well today, and ultimately they played well when it mattered, right? Like, they had a good start to the game. They had good strategy. I thought Dab was a very good in-game leader and kind of getting people on the right page, but unfortunately they ran into an Outlaw squad that just had a lot of talent and seemingly a lot of synergy as well. We didn't get to hear their comms or anything, but every time they hit, it was nades followed by a quick push and all angle swarms coming in from that squad. So again, props to the Outlaw squad for doing their job and making things difficult. Definitely wasn't expecting that strong of a team coming in from the Outlaws, but man, they were there. They were definitely a presence in the lobby all day long. But Winsanity and his Wild Bunch overcoming not only stiff competition, but 3 other competitor squads, and they finish on top with $5,000. So again, props to them. I thought they played super well all day long. We take a peek at the $5,000 that they will be taking home. I mean, Bobby, what are you doing with $5,000 if you win it?
Oh, it's going straight into Nellie's college fund.
There you go. I like the answer. I like the answer. So, Wins Wild Bunch will have to figure out what they do with all of their booty. They've got $5,000 to go home with tonight. Winner takes all. So everyone else leaving with nothing but a fun time, right? They had good times this evening, but I'm sure you in chat are waiting for your fourth and final hint. So maybe you can go home with some loot as well. We've got that for you now. UC hint number 4 will be appearing on your screen. Get your screenshot fingers ready. Get that pencil going, and departed is your final clue. Take all 4 clues, put them together, and go enter them in at the website on your screen. You can type it in, amg.gg/Clockwork Cup, or just scan the QR code if you're watching this on the TV or on your PC, and that'll take you straight over to the website. Enter in the phrase, and that will get you an opportunity to win UC. Head straight to your in-game inbox. I'm having a stroke here. All of a sudden I can't talk about me. So again, get that UC claimed. Best of luck to all of you guys. We'll have the winners to announce here shortly. As I'll pass it over to you for some thoughts on the games that we just saw while we wait to get our interviews in here.
I really love the game mode. I think the number of different things that PUBG Mobile's been able to integrate into the game has just been absolutely astounding, and it is obviously a reason that they have remained on top as one of the best mobile games in the world for such a long time, constantly innovating. I love the way the ODM mechanics work, the speed at which that allowed players to play the game, and the Titans were a really cool element as well, where I didn't expect them to have like that range shockwave potential there, but it definitely added an interesting element when players were able to get that into play. So it definitely did not disappoint by any stretch of the imagination, and excited to see what's coming next.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned with that Attack on Titan collaboration, don't forget it is live in game until July 6th. If you guys haven't already downloaded PUBG Mobile, definitely do that. Free at the link in the description. Get out there on the battlegrounds and enjoy some of this Attack on Titan collaboration action. You can be a Titan, like Bobby said. You got a little ranged attack on that melee with the Titans. I think it's super cool. And also, there's more collaboration content arriving just in a couple of days on May 30th. Get excited for that. It will be dropping on PUBG Mobile here very shortly. That's going to be super fun. And also, the new 3-point update is out, has been for a couple of weeks, and it is brand new themed gameplay that is all about trains. And we saw the new massive train station, Aetherholm, as well as the express train, the cargo train, all kinds of new fun action. Adds a whole new layer of dynamic gameplay to PUBG Mobile. If your Battlegrounds called it quits, don't worry. There's still a seat on the plane, or make it the train just for you. Make sure you guys get into the action over here at PUBG Mobile. They're still chugging along, going strong, and it's all ahead full for PUBG Mobile on the Battlegrounds. With that, cannot wait to bring in Winsanity. It looks like he will be who we talk to first. Man, I want to ask him. It's been a minute since he's won one of these events. I can't wait to ask him about that. But boy, chat, got to give you guys a shout out as well. Let us know in chat, what was your favorite moment from the gameplay tonight? Bobby, I got to ask you the same question. What was the most memorable thing that you saw this evening? If you rewind back and remember exactly all of the different key moments that went down, what was your favorite thing you saw?
It's got to be Dab's nuke. Like, there's no question in my mind. We didn't think anybody was going to get above a 2 or 3 kill streak, and he comes through. May not have had the win overall in that, but drops the nuke in a very toe-to-toe matchup. And for me, that was the most dominant moment that we saw out of all the matches of the night.
I like it, and I'm going to add one of my own that I felt stood out above all others, and it was against the toughest squad in the lobby. It was an outlaw squad. It was against Killshot. Man, they were stuck on the hills of Erangel. Metalcore and the Saurus had them pinned down. They were behind a rock, healing up. It was all looking like they were going to get back into the fight, and all of a sudden, the Saurus with a Titan leaps into the action, does the knockback, pops them up into the air, and Metalcore able to finish the squad out, wipe them off the map. And that for me was like my play of the day, because not only was it epic, they took down the top squad in the lobby, and they did it in epic fashion with the new equipment and the new items, using that Titan and the ability. So for me, that was the top moment of the day. Love to see it. So excited to welcome Win in here shortly and get his thoughts on all of these moments. I'm curious to know if, they felt pretty good about that last map, or if they were just kind of, doing everything they could to try to win from the very beginning. Who even knows? But anyway, any other moments stick out to you from tonight?
I think that especially the opening Titan kill that we saw that Win had onto Icy, that was kind of like the first introduction to how dominant the Titans could be. And I think really one of the only long-range kills that we saw out of that as well. So he definitely showed us some new ways to use those and unexpected opportunities. That was definitely one of the crazier moments for sure.
100%. Well, hey, good news. Y'all were quick on the codes, entering in those key phrases. We can probably announce some winners for the UC giveaway that has gone down. So if you see your name on the screen, well, good news for you. You're going to be winning some UC that you can get logged in, and just go to your game, check out that in-game mail, collect that UC, and go spend it on your favorite in-game loot, whatever that happens to be. Congratulations, courtesy of PUBG Mobile. Thank you guys for providing that, and I hope ChatGPT-4 enjoys the spoils here in PUBG Mobile. Good stuff indeed, but a lot of familiar names up there. So if you guys just want to participate in these competitions, you can collect all kinds of UC. Just collect those key phrases in the next events that come up as well. I have a feeling they're going to run back this format. But I'm going to blame Winsanity. I don't know what's going on. He's stuck in the green room, just too busy partying. No time for us. We'll see if we can get him here but just a little bit longer that we've got to wait for Princess to put on his makeup so he can make it to the stage here so we can have a chat with him. Anyway, Bobby, again, thank you for joining us here on the Battlegrounds. I want to catch some of your final thoughts now, as far as, I guess you've been away from PUBG Mobile for just a little bit, but talk to me about, some of the things that you've seen as far as additions to the game. Obviously, it's been around, but my guess is that it looks a little bit different than the last time you might have taken a look.
Yeah, it simultaneously looks different and the same. I think that's part of the beauty of PUBG Mobile, is that they don't have to take original maps like Erangel and completely change them, completely overhaul them. They're able to find different ways to introduce mechanics that completely change the way that the game is played, and yet at the same time maintain its identity, which is really cool.
Amazing. Well, guess what? Someone has joined us to have a little discussion, a chat. We welcome in our winner of the PUBG Mobile Clockwork Cup. It is none other than Wins Wild Bunch Captain Winsanity. Welcome to the broadcast, my friend. Talk to me. How are you feeling? It's been a while since you won one of these. You got a fresh one in the bag. It's one in a row. How did you do it?
Honestly, hey, I was going to say it's been a while, but you already said that, so I don't have to. Yeah, it's been a while since we won an event, man. Dr. Chemist, I said to him the first time we jumped in the voice chat, I'm like, you always do super well at these challenge-based events. So I'm like, he wanted me to IGL. I'm like, dude, I'm going to take your lead. And he is so good at we need to do this. We need to go here. Everybody get the Steam coins, get the med pack. He was so locked in with the challenges and, good teamwork and communication. And it kind of all just came together. I was shocked. Usually we have a lead, right? And then we lose it in these events. So when things kept going our way, I was waiting for the other shoe to drop, but I guess we got it done. So there you go.
That's amazing. Right. Go ahead, Bobby.
I was going to say, going into that last game, I think things looked a little bit dicier than they did at any other point in the competition with how Dab and his team were starting to creep up. Was there any point in the middle of that last game or leading into it that you thought maybe there's a chance they were going to run away with it?
Yeah, we knew they were on our heels, and when we went to that second hot drop, we saw there were 12 players in the area, and we kept waiting for the other two teams to fight each other, and they wouldn't. And we're like, there's no way. Are these guys just focusing us? And they might have been. So we're lucky that two of us even got out of there with our lives and our ODM gear, and it was a little more dicey, like you said, getting some of those challenges done. We saw them getting checked off, and we were maybe the second or third team to complete them, but we were thinking our mindset was every single point matters, even if we're the last team to ride the roller coaster and just get those 2 crucial points. And that ended up being what won us the whole thing, because in that last game we actually didn't get a single elimination. It was completely challenge points. And then the very last one, the last nail in the coffin for it, was when we saw that 15-point mission come up with the Titan syringe, and Dr. Chemist is like, I have one, quick stop. And then he jumped out, instant Titan, and then we knew we had it. So
that's incredible. I was actually going to ask you something about that specifically. I'll come back to it in just a moment, but I love how you pointed out that Dr. Chemist was kind of doing the IGLing. It seemed like the challenges were literally so important. To give you a bit of context, we had an aerial view of that engagement of all 3 of your squads at that train station. Everybody was kind of, waiting for the other to make a move, and we couldn't tell from the booth if they were working together. It didn't seem like they were. It was just everybody was playing ultra cautiously, but you guys were kind of entangled with both at the same time. I thought there was going to be a third party. It never ended up happening, so you guys are definitely kind of lucky to make it out of there, but I like the split that you had to make sure that there was no full squad wipe opportunity to happen to you. And ultimately, you guys were the only squad really to complete one of the final stop challenges today. What did you do to make sure that you were in a position to actually accomplish those? You were the only squad that really completed all of their challenges every game, got those final stops, and obviously the last one was the easiest with the Titan Serum really being already in the inventory. But what did you do in the first couple of maps to guarantee you were in that position?
I think Dr. Chemist and I mean, all 4 of us, we played a lot of this new mode. So there was a lot of knowledge that I think we needed to know, where to go exactly for the basement. Where's the castle? Where's the, amusement park for the roller coaster? So we kind of knew immediately where we needed to go, having all that map knowledge. But I won't, steal Dr. Chemist's thunder for his interview, but he was really smart and would always go off and get a few items that he thought we might need later on, and the Titan syringe or the med pack or whatever. So he kind of always had his head on a swivel looking for those new themed items or new things that were in the patch notes, because we have a hunch that those are the things that PUBG Mobile will want to feature in this show. So if we see a new item or the ODM gear or something, we made sure to really grab that, so that way as soon as the challenge came up, we could click it and lock it in right away.
All right, amazing. Well, hey, we'll let you go after that one, Win. Just wanted to say congratulations again. We'll bring on Dr. Chemist here if he is ready to go. If not, we got one more. Probably got time for one more question. It looks like. Bobby, why don't you hit Win with one more before we bring in Dr. Chemist?
What are you doing with the money?
That's a great question. My PC crashed a bunch of times. I was trying to get into this interview and my whole stream and everything crashed. So might need to invest into a new PC or something by the sound of it. So yeah, just glad we finally won, man. It's been years that we haven't been able to get the dub in one of these events. So
I feel you. I don't think I've ever won. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Congrats again, Win, dude. 1 in a row. We'll see if we can get you back for the next one. Make it 2. But impressive performance all day long. Shout outs to you and the team. Enjoy the win and enjoy the prize money. Congrats on being PUBG Mobile's Clockwork Cup champion. Any final words for the chat?
Hey, click the link in the description. Download PUBG Mobile. Brand new Attack on Titan collab.
Heck yeah. All right, brother. Thanks so much for joining us today. Congrats on the win, and we'll see you in the next one.
Cool, thanks.
All right, Bobby. I like the nod to Dr. Chemist as the IGL. Honestly, from the comms, I couldn't tell who was really kind of taking charge over there. It was very clear on some of the other squads who was calling the shots, but on theirs, not so much. So I'll definitely be wanting to kind of find out from Dr. Chemist how he prepared. Maybe he was just playing a lot, but we'll talk to him in just a second. They're just about to swap him into our interview room. But with that, any interesting things you learned from Win from that interview?
No, I mean, it makes sense that he would defer to Dr. Chemist as the IGL right there, especially you look at the track record that he has, and this plays very differently from a traditional Battle Royale tournament. So you don't necessarily just want to always go to the person with the most experience, the most hours in the game, whatever. You want to go to the mind that is going to be able to give you the best chance in that specific setting, and it obviously worked. And if we ever have a draft for these challenges in the future, I would say no question, Dr. Chemist is going to be the player that everybody is looking to.
I fully agree. I think it's interesting. Obviously, you've got your players that are very experienced, that have been playing the game a long time, and that are known for their gun skills, and perhaps even their strategic play. But it also really helps to have somebody that is a bit creative, especially when you have kind of unorthodox challenges that are, being creatively introduced to the contest. And it helps to have somebody that can read, strategize quickly, and maybe even have participated in some events in the past to be able to come up with these strategies and basically create a waypoint for the full squad. Can't wait to ask Dr. Chemist about that. Let's bring him in and have a quick discussion with the man of the hour, also from our championship team. It's Dr. Chemist. Welcome back. It feels like we're making a habit of talking to you after these events. How are you feeling?
Thank you, PB. It feels amazing. 3 in a row. I cannot describe the feeling. So that's all I'm going to say. 3 in a row, baby. We keep winning.
I love it. So Win talked a little bit about you kind of taking over IGL duties. I don't know if that was something that you guys discussed, but talk to us about your preparation. How did you know how to position your team super well for completing the challenges? Because that's what it seemed like Win's Wild Bunch was best at, was getting challenge points in mass. You guys collected them all day long. What did you do to prepare for that?
Yeah, so as soon as the event, the brief for the event was thrown at us, I went over it, and it was clearly mentioned that, hey, we are going to highlight this amazing 3.8 update. And if you lean over my content, I cover a lot of update tips and tricks. What are the new things coming? How you can get better at it? How you can essentially master any PUBG Mobile update. That's what my content is based around. So when I was doing content, I pretty much learned everything. But as I went through and I understood what the update is about, I kind of had a little bit of nuances. Okay, these are the things that are very important in 3.8 update, and we're going to need them at certain point. Like the Titan Syringe challenge we did at the very end on the 4th game. I was carrying Titan Syringe for past 3 games. I was like, we're gonna need this, we're gonna need this, we're gonna need this. And then on the game 4, that came out clutch. So it just went on like that.
Love it. You definitely showed out for your team, and your track record speaks for itself. Do you feel like there's anything in your past in PUBG Mobile that helps you really prepare for these types of events, or is it just because your content is so geared toward covering that type of thing?
No, I think like the last couple events that I won was based on elimination and placement, right? So, and my team was fragging out. We were one of the teams with the most eliminations throughout the tournament, not just like 1 or 2 games. So I think you hit the nail in the coffin where you said it's the passion towards PUBG Mobile, where it's a battle royale first. So we will, like my team, if needed, like we had highest elim in the very first game. We had like most challenge point and most elimination. So I think it's hats off to my teammate, because we knew after the first game we had the highest number of elimination and highest number of challenge point completed. So when Cody, Cisco, everyone was like, what is going to allow us to keep the lead? The challenge point, that's where we get the miles. Let's get them done. And then we won the 3rd game, and then we just went from there. So I think it's a combination of both.
That's incredible. I love the heads-up play. You guys put up 45 points in your first game, and it was essentially cruise control from there. But you guys stayed dominant. You got all the challenges completed in basically every game. Again, this is your 3rd event in a row. I can hear the confidence in your voice. Got a little swagger about you now, Dr. Chemist. I like where things are going. Best of luck, obviously, in our next community event that obviously is coming up soon. But do you have any final thoughts for us and maybe for the chat?
Yes, I mean, first of all, a big props to my team. You know, it's a team game, team effort, starting with Win, the captain, Cody, Cisco. We did it as a team. We did it, and thank you everyone for tuning in. This event, everything PUBG Mobile has been on top of the BR for 7 years. This is the 8th year. It would not be possible without you guys. And if some of you have not already downloaded PUBG Mobile, go to the link in the description, download PUBG Mobile, and I'll catch you on the battleground. Cheers, BB. Cheers, Bobby.
Cheers, Dr. Chemist. Thanks so much, man, and congratulations once again. Also, congratulations to the teammates we didn't get to speak to, which was Cisco and Cody Gaming. You guys were incredible today. Man, what a fun event. PUBG Mobile delivers again with the Clockwork Cup. Super interesting format, but most importantly, the 3.8 update is fire. You can see the Steampunk Frontier by downloading PUBG Mobile at the link in the description. Come join us on the battlegrounds as always and get some of the best BR action out there anywhere. Also, make sure you guys are following PUBG Mobile on socials everywhere to get the latest news, whether it's game related or event related, just like this one. Make sure you're following. And with that, Bobby, got to come to you for final thoughts for the Clockwork Cup event. Loved having you back on the desk. Great to rekindle our obviously creator connection after so long. But talk to me about the final thoughts that you have for tonight's event.
No, I had a great time. It feels good to cast PUBG Mobile. Casting is obviously something that I really love doing, and it was funny just thinking back to I can't even remember, the Superstar Showdown, I think was the name of it, that you casted over, that we did 5-6 years ago at this point. So thinking back to that and now getting a chance to cast PUBG Mobile with you has been really cool. Definitely love the mechanics of the new update, the pace of the game, very fun, and looking forward to seeing what PUBG Mobile does in the future.
Amazing. Was that the basketball one you were talking about?
With Giannis.
Yeah, that was a Superstar.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good shout out back to PUBG Mobile lore and history. That was a fun one for sure. But with that, thank you so much for joining me, my friend. And as always, thank you to the chat. You guys have been amazing. Hopefully you enjoyed the UC that has gone out tonight. But again, my name's been Powerbang. I've been your host for tonight's event. Had a blast. Make sure, again, you're downloading the game. Enjoy the new Attack on Titan collaboration that's available in-game through July 6th. And don't forget, there's new content dropping in the game on May 30th in a couple days from now. Join and check out the 3.8 new Steampunk Frontier update. And with that, I will leave you for our next community event. I will see you guys soon. Thanks so much for joining us tonight, and congrats again to Win's Wild Bunch for winning the PUBG Mobile Clockwork Cup. We'll see you guys later.
Right here, positioning his team really.
Everyone wiped, and that'll. Hey, we still got Winsanity out there.
move on with your day. Looks like another attempt.
Giant dude. This huge Titan is there, just taking swings.
Oh, it's Icy.
And Ice.
The knock. Using the ODM gear, trying to find a workaround.
Really unreal dream. Ooh, bombs available. You're gonna be able to fly back in, secure position, and kit to restore a teammate's health. Musical trains, though, is what I'm looking forward to, which is
they were not able to do musical trains, and especially with how easy. Once again, staying alive and picking up some extra points.
Nice.
It's 11 to 11 right now. We're not seeing kill streaks of 8. It's not impossible, but they really got to change things up as far as their strategies.
Looks like one of these teams gonna pull away. They pull it right back in. Beautiful.
Be great for the opponents as they put the first point on the board.
And that is that you're gonna see too commonly, but Dab able to make the most of it right there as his team now moves it.
Pretty smooth there from FaZe. 5-2 now. And so far, we'll have to wait and see. P9
not worked very well, at least for the overall score count. Big shots right there. Full aggro, no camping to be found here. They are all in
This one, Wynn's team just looked too efficient. They went trade for trade in that first game, had no issue.
And more shots going through. Cody's afraid of those gunfights, and that's what it's looked like so far for them. Shots going out for Metal right there as he's
going well for Wynn's Wild Bunch as they strive to secure. Gotta be more of a deliberate, push to a certain extent. Be conservative with the push and hold angles to corral the other team into the same area and then take them down. It's anyone's game right now. It looks like we're going to see a nail biter here for our second game.
Slide doesn't find anything for her either, but
this game where it was more like fear, right? You're just kind of waiting and hiding. These guys are aggressive as well so far. Getting into some little fun.
Yeah, she is tearing up the lobby. It's that much less opportunity for the opposing. That one. This time it's Metalcore throwing some absolute force for them to get reses right here, but this time there's a Titan playing spoiler to anything. Every point counts at this point. Pop PG, Metal, both dropping.
Again, they're just hoping not all get wiped at the same time, and they open it up on Dab plays. You must transform to complete the challenge. So there it is. And Wynn's Wild Punch
Went to the hard drop.
Wow. That was fortunate timing.
Wow.
Because I knew that Titan was going to be handy.
He's feeling pretty good. He's vibing out. They win.